Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully everybody has had a great day. Happy Friday. We are back. And we got a lot of stuff to get through tonight. We are going to be doing probably some more Witcher, which is fine, but we got some stuff we got to get through. Couple of videos dropped. I really want to get some stuff taken care of in terms of news. I gotta test a thing really quick. Let me just make sure that Tangia is still working because of the hiccup that we had last night. So let me see if this will work properly. I know it's on the thing, but
Squeeze.
Okay, cool.
Not so super lately? Well, it's a good thing your favorite streamer lives on the Gulf of America, where all the chocolate oysters are free.
That's
right, for the low price of get in the Gulf and get your own. You too can have your very own.
That's the wrong one.
Chocolate oyster smoothie.
That's not, no.
Self-sourced seafood smoothies are not affiliated with Shadow's annual seafood propaganda.
I don't have. There is no propaganda.
They cause diarrhea, headache, nausea, and viral fame.
No.
Must try to know for sure.
God damn it. Okay. Let me send the test event. Just make sure.
Hey, this is Tangia Dan, one of the developers at Tangia.
Perfect.
If you can hear me, then it's working.
Thank you, Dan.
If not, make sure you turn on monitor output for your Tangia browser source.
Got it. Thank you, Dan. You got me. Okay, cool. That's all I needed to test, by the way. I didn't mean to... with her fucking... There is no such thing as a chocolate oyster. But we do have... some news. And this is something that, unfortunately, wasn't very publicized. It really wasn't. And it's kind of a bummer, because I was really hoping that they would show this. The DIDDY trial reaches explosive conclusion as defense asks jury to summon that courage to acquit Sean Combs. Notice I got two DIDDY ones up here. On the final day of the DIDDY Combs trial, before jury deliberations, the hip-hop mogul's attorney Mark Agnifilo enlivened the courtroom with an impassioned closing argument. In the coming days, the jury will determine whether Combs is guilty of sex trafficking, racketeering, and transportation to engage in prostitution. The conviction could land him behind bars for life. Agnifilo's demeanor was animated and at times folksy, unlike the prosecution's cold, formal tone. He paced around the courtroom, beginning his summations by extolling Combs' character and business acumen, stating that he was a champion of diversity. Sean Combs has become something that is very hard to be, Agnifilo said. He is a self-made, successful black entrepreneur, which, that's true. He recounted some of the positive things Combs' former employees said about him on the witness stand, adding, did they always like him? No. Let's not even go there, but they loved him. They didn't want to leave him. The defense put a spotlight on the presence of Combs' children and mother in the courtroom, saying, the man takes care of people. Taking a swipe at one of Combs' alleged victims, Jane, Agnifilo said, I hope she's having a nice day, but you know where she's doing it? In a house he's paying for. Agnifilo argued that Combs is on a false trial, that he is not guilty of sex trafficking, but is instead a member of the swingers lifestyle who participated in consensual threesomes with his ex-girlfriends and male entertainers. No one's forcing her to do this, Agnifilo said, of Cassandra Cassie Ventura, Combs' ex, who accused him of doing that to her and coercing her into hundreds of freak-offs, drug-fueled sex parties that lasted days on end. At the center of the trial is a 2016 surveillance video that depicts Combs beating Ventura in a hotel hallway and allegedly attempting to drag her back into a freak-off. We own the domestic violence, Agnifilo said. Throughout the trial, the defense has admitted that Combs was violent with Ventura, but that the violence was not connected to the freak-offs. Agnifilo painted Ventura as a strong, smart woman who enjoyed her sex life with Combs. She's a smart woman who actually likes sex. What the fuck? Agnifilo said, good for her. She's beautiful. She should. She's intense. She's unafraid. What kind of fucking argument is this? I'm so lost. Agnifilo referenced Ventura's testimony about her brief love affair with rapper Scott Mescudi, a.k.a. Kid Cudi. Ventura said she tried to keep her relationship with Kid Cudi a secret from Combs by purchasing a second cell phone. Whoa, a burner phone, Agnifilo said, his voice jumping up an octave. Cassie is keeping it gangsta, he said. Ventura played both Combs and Cudi, implying that she would not have had a secret relationship if she was actually scared to death of Sean Combs. Addressing the kidnapping allegation. This is so fucking weird. Addressing the kidnapping allegations against Combs, which pertain to his racketeering charge, Agnifilo referenced former assistant Capricorn Clark's claim that she was held for 5 days in a Manhattan office building and forced to take a lie detector test about stolen jewelry. A door-to-door kidnap, Agnifilo said mockingly, emphasizing that Clark slept at home and that one of Combs' security guards drove her to and from the building each day. You guys are here for long hours, he told the jury. Anyone here feel kidnapped? Agnifilo's tone was incredulous. He's charged with kidnapping. That's real. And he told the jurors they have the right to question the government's claims and disregard witness testimony. The lawyer picked apart the allegations of bribery, witness tampering, and obstruction and focused heavily on the implication that Combs orchestrated an act of arson on Cudi's car. Combs had allegedly said previously that he was going to blow up the vehicle, but an investigation at the time found no evidence linking him. That's not his style, Agnifilo said. No, it's not. Typically, it's actually just hiring somebody to put a bullet in a rapper's head. Suggesting that Combs would prefer a man-to-man confrontation with Cudi, a good old-fashioned John Wayne 8 in the morning Hollywood Hills fight? That's not a John... Okay. Throughout the closing argument, Combs nodded and listened intently, either leaning back in his chair or crossing his arms on the table. In the morning, one of his sons, Justin Combs, was wearing a shirt that read "Free Sean Combs," which is not permitted in the courtroom. A court marshal approached him and Justin left and re-entered the room without the message visible. Agnifilo was theatrical in his summation and often used sarcasm to drive home his arguments. He used a mocking tone when describing the raids on Combs' properties, saying they made America safe from Astroglide. Way to go, fellas. You guys just do you. They took Astroglide and baby oil, and that is the evidence in this case, he said. When poo-pooing the drug distribution racketeering charges, Agnifilo admitted there's no question Combs had a drug problem, but that his drugs were for personal use only and not part of a criminal enterprise. That when his staff picked up and delivered drugs like Xanax and ecstasy to Combs, they were not aware they were committing crimes. They were just carrying out personal assistant duties, as is common in the entertainment industry. I don't suppose we'll see Beyonce at CVS, Agnifilo said. Jesus Christ, this dude's fucking absolutely batshit insane. Addressing the racketeering charges, the attorney said there is a gaping lack of evidence. And with respect to the transportation to engage in prostitution charges, he repeated the defense's stance that Combs paid male escorts for their time, not for sex. God. Wrapping things up, Agnifilo leveled with the jury. It takes a lot of courage to acquit, he says. He said the concept of a jury is one of the great things about America, and that it is a difficult thing for a juror to rule against the federal prosecutors. You guys are the United States of America, he said, raising his voice. You should feel bold. You should feel the courage that you will need to call this as you see it, and I am asking you to summon that courage and to do what needs to be done and to do the right thing. He asked the jurors to acquit his client on all charges. He sits there innocent. Return him to his family who have been waiting for him. Beginning her rebuttal. Here we go. This is what I wanted to hear. Beginning her rebuttal, which is the last time the jurors will hear from attorneys after 7 grueling weeks of trial, prosecutor Maureen Comey sighed. We're almost done. Comey delivered her most fiery remarks yet, taking the baton after fellow prosecutor Christy Slavic delivered a 5-hour closing argument on Thursday. She laid into the defense, saying the notion that the male escorts were not paid for sex doesn't even pass the laugh test. When Combs handed them wads of cash at the end of freak-offs, it wasn't for their scintillating conversation, Comey said. She referred to an escort's testimony that supported her argument. Despite what the defense posited, the escorts did not need to label themselves as prostitutes for their conduct to be considered prostitution, which is true. Supporting the racketeering charge, Comey listed a handful of alleged crimes carried out by Combs' employees on his behalf. This is a guy who cannot get his own water bottle or plug in his own phone charger, she said, implying that of course he would not commit his own crimes. He's the general, not a foot soldier, not a lieutenant. He delegated, and his inner circle did the dirty work for him, Comey added, pointing to his chief of staff, Christina Coram, as his primary alleged co-conspirator. Concerning the drug distribution charges, Comey said there is no requirement that drugs be distributed for profit or in large quantities to be illegal. In other words, Combs handing ecstasy pills to Ventura and Jane would still be considered distribution under the law, which is true. The tone of her rebuttal intensified as Comey addressed the defense's underlying argument that Ventura, another rape accuser, Mia, and Jane are lying. She explored each alleged victim's incentives to commit perjury. Ventura already won a $20 million settlement against Combs, so there's no money grab there. Mia similarly already settled with Combs, and because she isn't seeking fame or attention, she testified under a pseudonym. And Jane, who never sued Combs and has no plans to, testified that the defendant continues to pay her rent and legal fees. For that reason, if she had any incentive to lie, it would be in favor of Combs, Comey argued. Since opening arguments back in May, the defense has painted Combs' accusers as strong women with agency. You know what? They're right about that, Comey said. They were strong enough to survive what the defendant put them through and testify at this trial. Comey returned to what she called the most clear-cut example of sex trafficking in this case, when in June of 2024, Combs allegedly violently attacked Jane before giving her drugs and arranging a freak off with a male escort. Is this coercion? Combs allegedly said to Jane, mocking the federal investigation looming over him. The trial reached an explosive climax as Comey rested her rebuttal. For 20 years, the defendant got away with his crimes. That ends in this courtroom, she said. The defendant is not a god, he is a person. And in this courtroom, he stands equal before the law. Overwhelming evidence proves his guilt. It is time to hold him accountable, find him guilty. The jury could make its decision as early as next week. Which is huge, by the way. Absolutely fucking huge. Also, Alpa, good to see you, buddy. How you doing? So, then we have a CNN update. As of an hour and a half ago, they wrapped up their live coverage for the day. Prosecutors got the last word, but these are the key points. So before the rebuttal from the prosecution, the jury took a break after the defense finished its closing argument. While they were out of the room, the judge told defense attorney Mark Agnifilo he had improperly suggested to the jury that the government targeted Combs and that he would instruct them that the government's decisions about prosecutions are not for the jury to consider. So the defense attorney already fucked up. But in the rebuttal and the final closing argument for the prosecution, these are the highlights. So victim blaming. Comey began a rebuttal by saying the defense just spent a whole lot of energy trying to blame Combs' victims and the U.S. government for his lies, his threats, and for his inexcusable behavior. She added that this trial was about how in Sean Combs' world, no was never an option. Comey pushed back on the defense's suggestion that ex-chief of staff Christina Coram didn't know about Combs' crimes, saying she was aware of every detail of the musical mogul's life, including the bribe payment, the drugs, and the escorts. She also argued that Combs needed his inner circle to handle the dirty work for him, like obtaining drugs and kidnapping Capricorn Clark. Ventura and other Combs accusers, Jane and Mia, who testified under pseudonyms, did not have any financial incentive to testify, Comey argued. Ventura already secured millions in settlements from Combs before trial. Comey said it wouldn't make sense for Jane to testify for money, as the defense has implied, given she hasn't filed a lawsuit, and she said Mia settled with Combs years ago in mediation and wasn't expecting to get any more money from her testimony. Comey said the defense team has tried to separate violence from sex regarding both Ventura and Jane, but if part of the abuse is making your partner participate in a commercial sex act, you're guilty of sex trafficking. She added that the jury only has to find that one freak-off or hotel night was sex trafficking to find Combs guilty of the charge. Sex trafficking does not legally require the perpetrator to overcome a no from the victim, Comey said. It can also involve getting someone to say yes through illegal means like force, fraud, and coercion. Comey concluded her rebuttal by saying Combs never thought the women he abused would have the courage to speak out about the things he did to them. Combs, she said, is not a god, he is a person, and in this courtroom he stands equal before the law. Overwhelming evidence proves his guilt. It is time to hold him accountable. Find him guilty. Huge. Me personally, I hope he goes away. And I hope he's found guilty on everything, and I hope he goes away for life. I really do. The dude's a fucking monster. The dude's an absolute fucking monster. He just is. That's all it is. But, I mean, what do you think? We haven't really covered the Diddy trial because there really hasn't been much of anything to cover. CNN has had... Let me put it this way. CNN and basically every other news agency for the last fucking 7 weeks has had a lot that they've had to cover. So this one, unfortunately, kind of got buried. But... these are the closing arguments, so what do you think, Alpa? What does anybody think? Do you guys think he's fucked? Do you think he did what he's being accused of? What do you think? Hear audio from Combs' trial where he calls Jane nuts and tells her to do her job. Ooh, I want to hear that. Unable to load. You motherfucker. Hang on, let me try it again. Unless they took it down, which is entirely possible. Yeah, they might have taken it down, or it's just completely overloaded. We don't really know. We don't really know, but that is what is going on with the Diddy trial. We're not going to go through it again, even if somebody asks. If they want, they can check the fucking VOD, because it was a lot. Next up, this is Charlie's, Moist Critical's response to Pirate Software. I'm bringing this up now because last night I was asked to kind of sum up things as best I could. I did say with a caveat that I did not know what was going on with Pirate Software now, but it seemed really odd to me that it took 10 months for anybody to come out with any sort of rebuttal against things that he said. He did also say them in a very harsh way. Pirate Software did. He said things in a very, very harsh way, and I can completely understand why people were pissed off at him, because literally the only thing that he does is go, fuck you, I'm right, and doesn't do much of anything. But now, apparently Charlie has tried talking to him, so let's see what Charlie has to say.
I have no doubt most of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months I've been a lot happier. Glowing, really, radiant. You can tell probably just from my voice alone and this striking smile. So what is the secret to this newfound happiness of mine? The one trick doctors don't want you to know? I haven't been online as much. I've been going outside far more frequently, spending time in the real world. And as such, I'm sure many of you have noticed over the last 10 or 11 months, internet drama hasn't been a huge focal point of the channel because I haven't seen a whole bunch of it. I haven't kept up with the vast majority of it. And of course, occasionally I've still dipped my tootsies in some of it, like if there's something particularly wacky going on, and I still cover like news and crazy shit going on with aliens and all of that kind of thing, or if there's like a really cringe, prankster that got arrested or something, I'll still talk about that. But it's not like a fixation for me like it used to be over the last few years where I was covering any and all internet creator space hoopla. And I want to keep it that way. I'm having a lot more fun not doing that.
Fair.
That being said, there is something that has unfolded here that's like the John Wick killing the dog moment that's bringing me back, just very temporarily. And it's pirate software. Yesterday I talked about Stop Killing Games. And there's no way to talk about Stop Killing Games without also mentioning pirate software because of the profound effect he has had on that initiative in its demise. I say demise, but it's not actually fully cooked, but it has been on life support, and pirate software did play a big role in that because of 2 videos he made, as well as a stream, shitting all over it.
Which is true. He did. He shat all over the fucking thing. But let's see here. I think this is the initiative. Let me just make sure. This is the European Citizens Initiative. Commissions register. Okay. This initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional, playable state. Specifically, the initiative seeks to prevent the remote disabling of video games by the publishers before providing reasonable means to continue functioning of said video games without the involvement from the side of the publisher. The initiative does not seek to acquire ownership of said video games, associated intellectual rights, or monetization rights. Neither does it expect the publisher to provide resources for the said video game once they discontinue it while leaving it in a reasonably functional or playable state. Okay. Got it. Now let's go back to the video.
And that's not even doing it justice. He was full-blown tooting on this. He was shitting on it with some fart on top. And a lot of what he was saying about Stop Killing Games wasn't accurate. It was a misrepresentation of the initiative. And the guy behind it, the guy spearheading it, Ross, finally set the record straight on a lot of the misconceptions that pirate software helped to put out there and kind of exacerbate these thought processes that just weren't accurate for what the initiative was actually aiming to do. He finally set the record straight, and I, of course, wanted to talk about it as someone who does actually care about it.
Fair.
As I've said, I've been a little more off the grid. I bought a fucking farm, so I've been, living off the Lord's land recently.
Okay, so before we watch the rest of this, then, we have to go watch the other one, right? So that we have context. That's kind of the big deal. Passion's back. Stop Killing Games. Here we go. Perfect. This is what I wanted.
You know what this is right here, pal? Huh, tough guy? You feeling lucky? Yeah, that's right. Spirit fingers. Do you know why? Because it's been about 30 hours since I last slept, and I've done 3 different intros, all of which crash and burned, and I am off my gourd, so now I'm going wacko mode. But, even in my sleep-deprived state, I am still lucid enough to recognize how cattywampus the AAA gaming space has become. Like, the gaming industry has so many things that I have bitched and moaned about. Probably the biggest practice that I've been most vocal about, not exactly shy on, is the topic of you will own nothing and be happy. The Ubisoft...
Which, by the way, is 100% true, and it's been happening for years, and I keep telling people you do not own your games. You legally own a license that allows you to play the games that are owned by another company.
Motto, God rest that company's soul. What a pile of dog shit. But it's not just Ubisoft. That has become a prevalent business strategy across the gaming industry. You will own nothing. You will be happy. You're basically... You come away with the idea of ownership of whatever games you purchase. I've worn this topic out more than a fleshlight in a frat house, but it is something I am very passionate about.
And I think everybody else should be too. I think anybody who currently is sitting there and just going over the same tired bullshit rhetoric stating that, oh, well, I mean, if I buy a game, then I own it. Well, then literally nothing that is said in this Stop Killing Games thing and nothing that is said in the follow-up, which we will finish, has any bearing on them whatsoever, because they're too fucking stupid to understand that all they own is a license. That's it. If they are not willing to acknowledge the problem is that they only own a license and they do not own the game itself, regardless of whether they buy it digitally or physically, they only own a license. If they are not willing to acknowledge that, then they are too fucking stupid to join the conversation, period.
The gaming industry is getting away with more and more garbage where they'll take a shit in your mouth and you're expected to thank them for adding some flavor to your taste buds. It's terrible. And there is an initiative that has been aiming to fight back against a lot of these practices.
Not only that, the duration of the license is undefined. Well, and to make matters worse, typically in the end user license agreement, the EULA, it typically does say something along the lines of the fact that the rights holder has the right to terminate any and all licenses, including in the form of shutting down the game whenever they see fit and without warning.
I think really need some big overhaul. And it's an initiative that I think a lot of you are probably very familiar with. It's called Stop Killing Games. And I've followed it since its inception. I've talked about it on stream quite a few times, though this is my first video going over it. And I regret that now because I see it wasn't going as well as I thought it was. Admittedly, I didn't follow how successful the initiative was, only that it was aiming to do good for consumers, and that it was taking proper steps legally to get there, and it was going through all of the right channels. And now today I watched a video from the guy that's spearheading this. His name is Ross. He posted a video called The End of Stop Killing Games, where he's giving an update on where everything's at and how it's kind of at the finish line here with a lot of failure to show for it, with only a few other chances to fight back. Now, before getting into the weeds on the topic, I want to get this in the beginning because I imagine the vast majority of people won't watch the whole thing.
True.
I'm putting a link to the full video on Stop Killing Games, as well as a link to where you'd go to help support the Stop Killing Games initiative, because there's only a little bit of time left for the most important parts of it now that it's at the end. So if you know what the movement is and want to support it but didn't know where, the resources are in the description, or if you want to get it right from like the source, I have a link to his video.
And to be fair, you know what? Because it's not my decision to make, here you go. Here's the link in case you guys want to support it as well. Again, it is not my choice. I do not live in the EU, but there it is for those of you who do.
But I want to go into it myself here because it is a topic that I do feel very strongly about. But for those that don't know anything about Stop Killing Games, I'm going to let him explain it in his own words. That way you can get an actual, correct, informed explanation of what the initiative is. And the reason I say it like that, kind of like fucking all, pinky out, snooty, is because a lot of people don't even really know what this is because of people like Pirate Software completely misrepresenting what the initiative was.
As a refresher, Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement to stop publishers from effectively destroying video games they have already sold to customers.
Okay.
I'll pause right there.
I agree. And here's the issue, okay? This has always been my issue with Stop Killing Games, and I think that this is something that needs to be brought up. This is coming from the premise that you are purchasing the game. That's my biggest issue with it. You are not purchasing the game. You are purchasing a license for the game. So anybody who's buying a video game is not actually buying a video game. That's literally the main crux of the entire issue, is, at least to me, is that they can sit there and go, yeah, sure, absolutely. You know, if we sell you a video game, we can 100% make sure that it stays in a functional or playable state if we take, you know, online stuff away from it and we discontinue all service. But they're not selling you a video game. They're selling you a license for the video game. And that's the biggest issue. Because they're not addressing the license part, which gives them free reign.
Simplest bare bones birthday suit butt ass naked explanation for what this is. Stop destroying things that people have paid money to own.
But they don't own it. I have to preface this as, I hate to be the guy. I really, really hate to be the guy. But especially when it comes to legalities, and especially when people are pushing to make sure that things are legal, you have to 100% make sure that all the T's are crossed and the I's are dotted, and all the syntax and all the wording is 1,000,000% accurate. You are not buying a game. You are buying a license for the game. Period.
I think that is a very understandable, very reasonable take. Very agreeable. Now I want to quickly jump to a different spot in this video because I think it's important to have this in the beginning because it's something a lot of people have heard that comes from someone that is just wrong about it. It's the pirate software portion. Ross is addressing the video pirate software made many months ago. Ross even says that he didn't plan on doing that because he didn't want to be seen as using this for drama farming, because it would start to make the movement look less of like a legitimate initiative and more of just like drama slop content type thing. Which,
by the way, that's entirely fair. If you have a big streamer who comes out and they piss and moan about something, it doesn't really matter what it is, right? And then the person who originally created the video comes out and, you know, they act shocked or butthurt or whatever, and they are on the defensive. You're going to have, you know, their side versus your side, and the actual message is going to get lost in the middle. I completely agree with this.
But he finally starts talking about pirate software here because it's at the end of the life cycle of this initiative and it's not looking promising, so he's willing to do anything to try and set the record straight and hopefully start getting more momentum back to the movement, because the damage pirate software did to it through his video was substantial.
This video came out right as we were building momentum. Then, except for one boost in Germany, the signatures started drying up like clockwork. Thor does not understand what Stop Killing Games is. Here it is in his words.
So for those who don't understand, the Stop Killing Games initiatives is basically, we don't want single-player games to have DRM that the developers can turn off and thus render the single-player games inactive anymore.
Which is false. That's not what he's talking about. Excuse me. That's not what he's talking about whatsoever. But we'll let Thor keep going.
This is what they want to change. They need to be specific that they're talking about single-player games that do not need a server to support them.
No.
And as much as they want to...
Agreed. Again, he's completely misrepresenting. He's not talking specifically about single-player games, although that is a part of it, but that's not the whole thing.
To be about specifically games where it is a single-player game that has always online functionality, it would impact every live service game that exists, instead of just targeting single-player, always online games.
Okay, except, and I understand where he's coming from, it would impact every single live service game. My question to Thor is, why is this a fucking bad thing? That's my biggest question, is why is this a bad thing that it would affect all live service games? Live service games only go on for so long, and then the publisher decides we're done with this game, and they toss it. Right? Now, if we're talking about Marathon, that game's already dead. However, does that make it a good thing? And they should be able to leave it in a semi-functional state, even though you wouldn't really get much of anything out of it? Probably not. But in terms of live service games, MMOs would be another huge one, right? We've already seen where people have made private servers for World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy XIV or dead games like Star Wars Galaxies and what have you. But they're left in a... They can bring servers back. It really, unfortunately, right now is just up to the publishers as to whether they actually want to go through the process of suing the shit out of everybody for a game that they haven't touched in years.
No, that's not what it is. Stop Killing Games includes single-player games, but nothing about it is specific to them. He completely made that up, and I have no idea where he got that impression. It's the first line on the website.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. This, again, this is the biggest problem that I have. They have not sold you a video game. They sold you a license to play the video game. If they want to sit there and sell you a video game, I guarantee you every single publisher right now could sit there and go, sure, we can absolutely have the always online thing removed if we stop supporting it. That's not a problem whatsoever if we sell you a video game. But that doesn't change the fact that you're not buying video games anymore. You are buying a license to play a game that they own. Thor is looking from the perspective of the developer. He thinks this is going to cause me more work and take away my freedom, so I am against it. To an extent, yeah, I can absolutely see that, especially considering he came from a development background, having been a developer for World of Warcraft.
Stop Killing Games is a consumer movement started to challenge the legality of publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers.
And again, they have not sold you the game itself. They have not. It specifically states in the EULA, you are being given a license. I looked online last night. I was looking at buying the digital version of Dune Messiah so I could read it on my phone, right? You want to know what it specifically says? You are purchasing a license to enjoy the medium. I'm not even kidding. So at any point, if for whatever reason they feel it necessary to take that away from me, they have every right to do so. Even in that case, devs should not be able to cancel the service for the license as is. The problem is that the EULA, everybody agrees to, and they don't ever read the fine print. This is where people have to get smarter and where there is personal responsibility that does play into it. I know that you do have a lot of things and a lot of legal mumbo jumbo and shit like that where it's just really, really boring to read. But it does specifically state, before you agree, that at any point they have any and every reason, and it is justified by you agreeing to this, for them to terminate the license which you have purchased without warning if need be. There's always something in every single EULA that says that. That is why I specifically said this right here, publishers destroying video games they have sold to customers. They are not destroying video games that they have sold to customers. They are terminating the license customers have purchased to play a game that they have created. Legally, this will not do anyone any good.
But the movement includes all this stuff from earlier, and he was mostly talking about the initiative.
He didn't even...
That's my biggest issue.
And get the Cliff Notes summary right. He missed all the QTEs and got the bad ending on understanding the initiative from the jump here. Ross is correct. This has nothing to do with just single-player only games that require an online connection, that when the online connection is severed, you lose access to the game.
And I agree with that. I wholeheartedly agree with that. Single-player games, absolutely, right? Leave them in a functional state. That's not even an issue. Legally, the way that it is being described, though, is problematic. And that's the biggest issue that is facing Stop Killing Games, in my opinion. Because the companies are going to go, once again, sure, if we sell you a video game, we'll be more than happy to leave it in a functional state for you, or at least semi-functional, i.e. playable state for you, once we stop supporting it and we take it offline. But there's the catch and there's the loophole. They are not selling you a video game. They are selling you a license. And if you think for 1 second, any video game publisher is going to sit there and go, no, we're not going to do that. Sorry. They're absolutely going to do that, because if they agree to it, then they can still do exactly what they're doing right now.
Like, yeah, that is included in all of this, but that's not like what the whole movement is about. And for some reason, Pirate Software is stun-locked on that, like fixated, as if that is the actual like meat and potatoes of Stop Killing Games. They need to be more specific in their language about it being single-player, always online connectivity games.
Which I disagree with. It doesn't have to be clear that it's single-player, always online connectivity games. I understand Ross is talking about games across the board, but it is under the wrong pretense.
When that's just not what it's about. Like, they're not being specific about that because that is not what they are specifically targeting. It is about the whole practice of destroying games that consumers have already purchased and having no end-of-life plans for games that are being sunset. So, for example, The Crew. The Crew is an example everyone is going to reference and talk about because Ubisoft is still currently in a lawsuit battling against it for what happened with this game.
Right here, as much as I hate to agree with them, Ubisoft holds firm in the Crew lawsuit. You don't own your video games. I don't know how much more clear it can be made, because it's quite literally a license. And that's the crux of the whole thing. They're not destroying the video game. They're destroying your accessibility to the video game that you purchased a license for, which you have already agreed to them terminating that whenever they see fit.
Game, I've yapped about it quite a bit, so I'm not just going to regurgitate that. I'm sure a lot of you already know the story about it. But basically, you buy The Crew, Ubisoft pulls the plug on the servers, you can't play The Crew anymore. Now it's just an old wet dream of what it once was. And they are facing a lawsuit. And while this is in the umbrella of Stop Killing Games, it is not the only thing Stop Killing Games is referencing when it comes to this practice.
Also true.
Pirate Software is so hung up on it being single-player games that people lose access to, when that is a component of it, but not the entire focus.
Well, the short version is the initiative is about requiring publishers to have end-of-life plans for games they've sold to customers in the future. So
this is the short version, right? An initiative to require video game publishers to implement end-of-life plans when shutting down games they have sold, so customers can continue running them without their support. Fine. Unfortunately, the borders of ownership is not something that's being brought up, but we'll keep going. Because he's giving us the Cliff Notes version, but that, if it were me, that would be like number 1 or number 2 in terms of Cliff Notes that were being brought up.
So when they shut them down, customers can continue running them without their support. So that's one thing Thor doesn't understand, but he also seems to think this is about converting multiplayer games to single player.
Transitioning an entire multiplayer server-side game into a single-player video game, which means rebalancing the entire experience around single player, rebuilding everything in the entire game. How are you going to do that with Final Fantasy XIV? You're just going to make all the raids soloable? Imagine the day that World of Warcraft shuts down, and suddenly you have to make it a single-player game for everyone.
The funny thing is Thor doesn't understand that currently most of the raids are soloable in Final Fantasy XIV, as well as all the dungeons and most of the raid bosses, because there are less and less people that are being different classes right now, and everybody is just literally ganging up on one thing as one specific class, and there are a shit ton of people that don't even bother queuing anymore because of how fucked up the class system and job system is in Final Fantasy XIV.
Every individual that ever bought the game. That's what they're asking for.
No.
Because they would have to sunset live service games as a single player experience. The idea that suddenly you need to make every single live service game playable single player offline? No, dude.
Which is not what Ross was saying whatsoever. Absolutely not what Ross was saying. We know this. We know he was not talking about that whatsoever. Let me do this. I'm just writing notes. Hang on. So, how do I do this? Here we go. Okay. Thor is under the impression that every live service game would have to be turned into a single player experience, and would also force devs to recode the entire game. So that's one of the first big things, right? That's one of the first big things. One of the other big things that Thor keeps talking about is Thor says that this is specifically for single player, always online connectivity games, which it is not. Okay, so now we'll keep going. Maybe.
Correct. No.
This part is more confusing than Finnegan's Wake, because nowhere in anything on Stop Killing Games has this even been like a talking point from anyone besides Pirate Software. I don't know where he pieced this puzzle together. Like I don't get it. Like, if I'm gonna try and like really reach here and give like a charitable explanation for this take, maybe he's extrapolating based on the idea that if publishers have to have end-of-life plans for their games, that includes MMOs, where once the game is getting sunset, you're pulling the plug on it, you would then need to turn the game over to the community in a playable state, an accessible state, like give the code to them.
Yeah.
Thus, it'd turn it into a single-player experience, so the onus would be on the developers to rebalance their game to be a single-player experience.
But, and I'm gonna put this in the notes, Charlie thinks that maybe, okay, Thor is extrapolating the MMO example as to releasing the code for the game to private parties, which includes rebalancing the game to allow for a single player experience. However, this is not true, because see, every single private WoW server that has ever existed I also know that Thor is actively making the initiative look stupid to be seen as correct himself. Well, I think Charlie's going to cover that in the original video that we started watching. But the reason we're watching this one is because I think it's incredibly important to get the basis of everything down first that's going on, and then find out what Charlie is talking about specifically when it comes to Thor.
For them? I guess. I have no idea. That still just doesn't make any sense, but maybe that's the tree he's barking up with that thought process. I really don't know, because Stop Killing Games at no point ever says any of these multiplayer games need to be converted to single player. That really is outlandish. And the more I think about it, like, the more nonsensical it becomes, because even in Pirate Software's hypothetical fanfic there, why would the developers need to rebalance the game? They would just turn over the code to the community and just it'd be in that state. They're no longer responsible for balancing the game. That's the whole point. They're not indefinitely supporting it. They would just be responsible of leaving the game in an accessible state to the community while they would shut down the servers on their end. Like, they wouldn't need to go back through with a whole development team and, like, you know, tweak the game to be single player compatible. It just doesn't make sense. Like, I really do not understand that one. But apparently a lot of people latched on to that talking point from Pirate Software as something that Stop Killing Games was asking for and how unreasonable it was. Which, if that's what Stop Killing Games was asking for, it would be unreasonable. But that's not what it's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting always online single player games.
Oh, he's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact
Okay, wait, hang on. Let me back up.
always online.
It's asking for.
Nowhere in there does it say that it's directly targeting.
Okay, I want to quote him on this. Nowhere in there does it say it is directly targeting, because I want to take his quote directly from his video. That's what I want to do.
Always online single player games.
Oh, he's
okay. Always online. Good. Oops. Okay. Next.
He's so close. He's so close to getting it.
It is vague, and because of that, it will impact.
He never has that light bulb moment. Well, he is correct in that statement. It's almost as if that's not what the initiative is asking for.
I know this part is once again just reinforcing that he doesn't know what the Stop Killing Games movement is about, but I have to just show you this because it is so fascinating, because he himself literally calls out that Stop Killing Games at no point explicitly mentions single-player always-online games or anything like that.
Yep.
And for some reason, instead of following the breadcrumbs that would naturally lead him to the conclusion of, oh, maybe I misunderstood, maybe, because it's absent here, that's not what this is actually about. Instead, he uses it as a criticism against the Stop Killing Games initiative entirely, saying it's just too vague, it's way too vague. The reason it is not explicitly stated there is because that is not what the whole initiative is about. It is not specifically targeting that thing that you keep saying that it is. I don't know how that never clicked.
But those were his streams with a smaller audience. What does he say in his big YouTube video with over 1 million views that he had time to research?
If we're trying to kill off the practice of developers putting together a live service game.
Okay, here's another one. If we're trying to kill the practice of developers putting off a live service game,
pitching it as a single player experience, and then
okay, pitching it as a single player experience,
and then taking away support in the future.
And then taking away support in the future.
Now he's changed it again and is making up how it's about single player games are advertised. What is he doing?
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is
It needs to be specific about the business practice that it is trying to defeat. Okay. Which is, I think, another quote entirely. It needs to be specific about the business practice that it is trying to defeat. Now, I will say, in Thor's defense, and to be fair to Thor, that, I'll bring this back up. I will say that in defense of Thor, it needs to be more specific. It needs to be specific about the business practice that it is trying to defeat. So far, from what we have seen, the borders of ownership are not even being talked about. Because currently, there are no borders of ownership. You do not own anything. You own a license. That license can be terminated at any given point per the end user license agreement. I wholeheartedly agree that yes, it does need to be addressed and it needs to be more specific. That I wholeheartedly agree with.
To specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements.
Okay, whoa, hang on. Let's go back.
It needs to be specific about the business practice it's trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary and doesn't add any gameplay elements. That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really...
Hang on, I gotta go back, sorry.
Being a single-player game, but adding online-only functionality that is not necessary. And
Okay, but adding online functionality... That's the only part I missed.
doesn't add any gameplay elements.
That doesn't add any gameplay elements. Gotcha. Gotcha. So, the full quote is, it needs to be specific about the business practice that it is trying to defeat, which is specifically companies that are doing this under the guise of it being a single-player game, but adding online functionality that doesn't add any gameplay elements. This is what Thor currently thinks. Right here. That's literally his thesis statement.
That's the problem.
No, that's not it at all.
This is a really strong section from Ross here because the clips that you saw moments ago were from his stream. When he took more time to watch it and digest it, he still came back in that video misrepresenting it. Like, it never dawned on him. Like, on stream, he could write it off as like, oh, he didn't grasp it in the moment, maybe later on he did. Well, then he made the video where he still was talking about things that are just not what Stop Killing Games was about, and this was the one that really blew up and really started to kind of dismantle the Stop Killing Games momentum.
Okay.
If you don't like the idea of live service games as a whole, I get it. Don't.
Okay, hang on. We don't like the idea of live service games as a whole. I get it.
Play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms.
No.
Okay. Don't play live service games then. Don't agree to those terms. Okay. So we got that quote from him. By the way, I'm not sitting here saying that Thor is 100% right. I'm quoting him because I know that there's more.
No, he's getting a new thing wrong now. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer.
Okay, that's a good one from Ross. We're not against them existing. We're against them being destroyed with no recourse for the customer. And I think that's a big point for Ross.
Software then goes on to talk about like the business practice of misleading consumers into thinking that what they're buying is a product as opposed to a license to a product.
Here we go. Which
is a totally separate thing, and then he criticizes...
Is a totally separate thing. I 1,000,000% agree. It is a totally separate thing.
Stop Killing Games for not being specific about that thing that he is bringing up, as opposed to what Stop Killing Games is talking about, so he's using that against them for some reason. And then Ross
he's using it against them for some reason because it further allows him to hammer his point home, although his point is objectively false, because he's only talking about single player stuff, or he's talking about MMOs that have to be recoded and rebalanced and everything before the code is released for some reason, which doesn't make any sense, because look at literally every single private WoW server that has ever existed, right? But he's using the license thing to hammer it home. Although the license thing is absolutely true, unfortunately, it also gets people really, really confused, even more so, as to what the argument actually is for stop killing games.
Like the license talk.
Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people.
Oh boy. Our problem is not with licenses failing to inform people.
Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason.
Yep. Blizzard says they can take away your purchase for no reason. Which, again, I've been saying this for years now.
That sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile to...
Okay. Sounds pretty clear to me. Our problem is those terms are so hostile. This is why I'm doing this, and I'm quoting Ross and I'm quoting Thor specifically word for word, because this is all really, really important.
Consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely.
Okay. To consumers and the medium that they should be taken off the table entirely. And by the way, I agree. I absolutely agree with Ross on this, that it is incredibly hostile for Blizzard or any other company to sit there and say that, oh, well, we are giving you a service and this, that, and the other thing, and that we can terminate it at any time, no explanation, no limitation, no reason given, and so on. That is incredibly hostile, 100%. The problem is, nobody reads this shit unless it's somebody like Ross, or unless a problem like this comes up, and then everybody blows up, and then they just do nothing about it. That's always been the problem. And I've been saying this for years. Check your EULA. If you already know the general stuff, this shit can be terminated at any point. This is not a game. This is a license to play said game that we own. If at any point you do anything that is against TOS, we can remove you from that license. We don't have to explain the reasons why we're doing it. We don't have to give you any warning that we're doing it. If you fuck up, we can do whatever we want with your money and it doesn't matter. Then sure, skip it. But nobody understands that. Nobody understands that from the beginning.
This needs regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years, when you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for.
Wrong.
Or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends.
Wrong. Absolutely wrong. I'm going to go back and I'm going to quote him. He's 100% wrong. Sober, what's going on, buddy?
Regulation. Forget video games. If you look at basic commerce for hundreds of years.
Okay. I'm going to quote him on this one, too. Because he's wrong. Forget video games. Look at basic commerce for hundreds of years. Okay, we'll keep going. I'll explain that in a second. I just want to get this quote first.
When you paid money, you either got to keep what you paid for, or if it was a service, you were told when your access ends.
Okay. If you pay money, you got to keep what you paid for, or if it's a service, you are told when your access to that service ends. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay. This is factually wrong. For one of the biggest industries in the world. And now I'm going to show you which one. The music industry. The video industry. The MPAA. The RIAA. So actually, two of the biggest industries in the world. Okay? The music industry does not allow you to keep anything. What you are purchasing is you are purchasing something under hundreds of years of music commerce. Yes, the music industry in the United States was literally founded and funded by the mafia. Yes, absolutely. In the 1920s, when the big music industries started coming up and they started gobbling up all the bands and they started gobbling up all the artists and everything like that, you do not own any of the music that you are listening to or that you have paid for. And the reason you don't is specifically because under federal law, if you go outside and you play a CD or you play a cassette tape or you play a record and you are doing it for a massive group of people, at any point, if they really, really wanted to, they could sit there and bring charges against you and have you arrested for illegal distribution of music. That includes copying MP3s, that includes copying CDs, that includes copying music cassette tapes onto another cassette tape and giving it to a friend. That's distribution. Yes, it is. It's absolutely distribution. But you do not get to keep anything. You do not get to keep what you bought and do whatever you want with it. That is the argument. You can play the music and listen to yourself. Of course you can. Absolutely. But that is the intention in which it is specifically bought to begin with. That is why at the beginning of every single movie that you've seen in the United States for years, even if you do a private showing, it is considered distribution. No. You're missing the entire thing, Alpa. The entire thing is that you do not go in to a store and buy a CD and you can do whatever the fuck you want with it, as if you own that property. That is not how it has ever been when it comes to music or when it comes to movies. You cannot. That is never, ever, ever been basic commerce. That has never been basic commerce. There has always, always, always been a stipulation. And that stipulation does include what is and is not considered distribution. And if you are found guilty of said distribution, guess what you do not get to keep? So no, you do not get to keep what you bought if you decide I can do anything, I can do whatever the fuck I want with it. That's not basic commerce. That's not basic commerce whatsoever. Trust me, I'm going over this and I'm doing it this way specifically because this is a generalization for two of the biggest industries in the world. And it is very, very, very important that in order for this initiative to go further, what does distribution have to do have anything to do with the games getting destroyed? Because the games are not being destroyed. They are not being destroyed. Your access to the games are being destroyed. That's the difference. If they want to turn around tomorrow and they want to end Final Fantasy XIV, There is literally nothing I can do with it, even though I've spent over $300 in different versions of the game and making sure that I had absolutely everything that I wanted to, because I do not own Final Fantasy XIV. No. Everybody's access to it being destroyed does not equal game is being destroyed. They still have it. They still have it. That's the problem. The problem here, and this is why I'm being very specific, is because, how do they still have it? Because they do? You have to have thousands upon thousands upon thousands of development hours in there in order to create a game that you can upload to the servers to begin with. The game itself still exists. It's just you don't have any access to it because they took it down. They took your access down. The game is still there. It's not destroyed. And I'm saying this not because I'm trying to be an apologist or anything like that. I'm saying this because legally, this is how these game companies are going to still be able to get away with everything. Where? It doesn't matter where. It does not matter where whatsoever. And to be completely honest with you, legally, it's none of our fucking business where. What matters in the context of this whole thing, and this is why I hope pirates win, fuck the companies. No. We are going through this, and we are going through it objectively, and we are doing so specifically because the language in which things are presented is just as uplifting while simultaneously being just as damning on both sides to the whole thing. You only have the code repo and a data storage somewhere. It has no running components of the product now is incomplete. It is now destroyed. No, it isn't. According to whom? Nobody's sitting there and going into a video game and going, okay, and just hitting a delete button or taking the whole, every fucking file and just throwing it in the trash when they're done with it. Not at all. The game itself still exists. It may not exist online anymore for people to gain access to, but it does still exist. The company still owns it. Because if they didn't own it, then this wouldn't even be an issue. It would just be considered abandonware in a few years and nobody would give a fuck.
The vast majority of online-only games do neither of those.
True.
Exactly right. That is a huge problem. Now, Pirates Off.
Now, the vast majority of online-only video games, he's right. Customer keeps nothing. Customer is not informed up front when access will end. He is 100% right in this. Absolutely.
Neither of those.
He's exactly right. That is a...
No, company not only owns the IP, company owns the game. You do not own the game. You own a license that gives you access to the game. You never owned it. That's why I keep harping on this one big thing. Do you know what they will do if somebody sues that game after it is plugged down? They will say that game no longer exists. Yes, I agree. Because they can say whatever the fuck they want. Because it is their IP. This is why I'm going through this step by step. And this is why I am correcting the things that are objectively false. Because if you go to a court of law, does not matter whether it's the United States, it does not matter whether it is somewhere in the EU, these companies are going to argue exactly this stuff. All of it. And the problem is that you have somebody like Thor who absolutely had no idea what he was talking about and literally whittled it down to one specific or two specific things. But then on the other side, you have somebody like Ross who is trying to argue and understandably coming from a place of anger, but is also grossly overgeneralizing everything When at the end of the day, in a court of law, nobody gives a shit about your emotions. Nobody. They only want to be able to see what you can prove. And if you cannot prove your generalities, then it's dead. It doesn't matter what you have to say. It doesn't matter how many people want this to go through. It doesn't matter how many people want any of this to stop. It won't. All they can do is prove specifics. They have to. And if you're coming at it from a place of anger versus harping on specifics and wording it correctly, they are going to use it against you, because you have to remember, you could have, I don't know how many people right now have signed the petition. Could be 150 million, right? But if 150 million people have no fucking money, and literally all of these companies combined have more money than has ever existed in the entire world, holy shit. Guess who's going to win? That's why specifics matter, and that's why I'm doing it this way. I have to play devil's advocate for both sides, because this is how both sides are going to be attacked. I'm not doing it to sit there and prove a point. I'm doing it to sit there and be devil's advocate, because these are exactly the same things that will show up in a court of law.
A huge problem. Now, Pirate Software is correct here about these companies that will mislead consumers through this fraudulent advertising on what you're actually buying, because in a lot of cases, you don't own any of the shit that you are buying. It is pretty much a rental. You get...
Which is literally what I just said. Even Charlie just said that.
A permission slip to access the content. That is an issue, and not making it abundantly clear to consumers that that is what you are buying is a problem. And so too is the actual agreements, as Ross demonstrates with Blizzard, where it says they can just completely terminate it for no reason at all. It really does go against the basic idea of commerce.
That is not a law proposition, though. The initiative is about what we should have at the end. The specifics will be worked on by lawyers and such later on, which does not take care of the problem whatsoever. I bring you back to my original statement. If the initiative goes through and they go, yes, any game that is purchased by a person does have to be at least in a semi-playable or fully playable state offline once all support for it has ended, the video game companies are going to go, yes, absolutely, 100%, we agree. And then do absolutely nothing for you other than state you are purchasing a license, you are not purchasing a game. Which is exactly what they're doing right now.
Entirely. Video games are in a totally different ball game when it comes to that, because half the time you don't realize that you're just buying an admission ticket to
I'm not saying the law is right. I'm saying this is what video game companies are going to do. We've been around video games long enough, and we've seen how shitty video game companies can be. Look at EA and everything that they've done in the past. Look at Ubisoft and everything that they've done in the past. Look at all the video game companies that have literally had their company. Look at all the devs that have had their companies bought out right from underneath them and then fired the same day. Just because somebody went, yeah, they make a good fucking game, that could make us a fuck ton of money, absolutely. And then they sell you a license that you have to re-agree to, even if you already own the game. An update comes out and a new EULA pops up that you have to agree to, that specifically states somewhere in the fine print that you do not own the game, you own the license, and nobody reads it. They just hit accept, and then there you go. Now you're fucked.
You're not actually buying the game. You also don't know how long that's going to last. Again, to go back to Concord, that shit lasted less than a fucking rainstorm, basically. Like, there is just so many problems. So I don't know why Pirate Software would be so harsh on Stop Killing Games for not addressing specific things that he himself is bringing up or making up in regards to it. It just doesn't compute. It really is a video that did significant damage to an actually positive initiative that aimed to help consumers in the video game space.
And I agree with that, with the caveat that it needs to be reworded. And I will bring up that thing that you showed earlier, Alpa. I 100% will as soon as this video is done, so we can read it, because it is not stated in the opening thesis statement. It is not. And it needs to be in order for this initiative, I think, to really move forward, because there is a very clear and distinct way that courts work when it comes to making laws. You have a thesis statement that tells them what you're going to tell them. Then you have the entire body that breaks down all the specifics, and that's you telling them. And then at the end, you have your thesis statement again that tells them what you told them. And unfortunately, from what I've seen so far, the initiative doesn't do really much of anything when it comes to that. And that's the problem.
All based on his complete misrepresentation of it, which was a complete mess.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not want to run one at all, then no.
Okay, I'm going to quote him again. You try to tell me that every... Oops. That every dev studio needs to run... Hang on. Let me back up.
No one's going to run.
Misrepresentation of it, which was a complete mess.
If you try to tell me that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely or not.
Okay, that every studio needs to run their live service game indefinitely. Okay.
Not want to run one at all, then no one's going to run them.
Or not run one at all, that no one's going to run them. Okay? And again, he's wrong. He's absolutely wrong. 100% Thor is wrong.
Oh no! He wheeled out that line about publishers having to support the game forever. He was literally watching the video earlier where it says it won't do that in big letters.
Yep. Now, the initiative would not require publishers to give up intellectual property rights, require publishers to give up source code, or require endless support. That's another thing that is huge. It's amazing how Thor is wrong on almost all details. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. Okay, and require publishers to give up intellectual property rights, which is a huge thing. That's a massive, massive thing. Require publishers to give up source code. Again, another massive, massive thing. Or require endless support. Specifically states this out in the open in the video. These are specifically stated in the original Stop Killing Games. I'll call it the proposal video.
That wasn't enough. We just can't stop gamers from going there, even when we spell it out.
That's the last clip I want to show from this section on the Pirate Software video, but it's a very important one because this is something a lot of people also think the Stop Killing Games initiative is about, where developers, publishers will have to support their games forever. Like, till the fucking heat death of the universe, they'll have to support these games under the initiative. When that is not the case. It is very simply asking that when the game has reached the end of its life cycle, the publishers, developers don't want to work on it any longer, to turn it over to the community to still be in a playable, accessible state so the product can still exist. There is some more nuance, obviously, to how that works, given, like, publisher developer licensing and a lot of the code, the binary, that kind of thing. There is a lot at play under the hood there, of course, but it is something that Stop Killing Games isn't naive to, and it is something that is talked about. But I'm not going to dive too deep into it. I encourage you to check more in on it. But this whole belief that it is about endlessly supporting a live service game, even when it makes no sense to do so and it's beyond dead and in the dirt, is ridiculous, because that is not what it is asking for. And a lot of people think that it is. It's not. Pirate Software got that wrong as well. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but as mentioned in the beginning, most of Stop Killing Games hasn't been successful in getting change.
Which is true.
Ross has dedicated so much of his life to this, and it's clearly taken a big toll. Now he's doing everything he can for this last ditch push to try and help. And there are two big things coming up that can do so. And it's what I linked at the very beginning of the at the very beginning of the video about the resources in the description. It's in regards to this.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament.
Okay. Hang on. One is for the UK to bring this... Hang on.
But keeping UK...
The resources in the description. It's in regards to this.
One is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this issue before Parliament.
Okay. To sign a government petition to bring this before Parliament. UK government just had to be strong-armed into not shitting all over disabled people. I don't think they'll give a shit. Well, and this is kind of the problem. This is why I'm literally documenting all of this, and it's not because I want to sit there and be like, oh, well, Ross is wrong for this, or Thor is wrong for this, and both sides are shit, and this initiative isn't going to work, and, you know, like, and it's dumb, and it's stupid, and yada. I don't care about that. It's getting to the bottom of the issue and figuring out exactly how this issue can be remedied regardless of what Thor says. And we do, if we're looking at it objectively, we have to acknowledge the things that Thor did get right, which admittedly are very few, but we have to acknowledge them, and we have to also acknowledge the things that Ross, granted out of anger and frustration, also overly generalized, which does not help his position. That's why I'm doing this.
Though, keeping it real, I'm not terribly optimistic about this one, since the government response has been a mess by every definition.
True.
But the one that has a lot of power, so much so I think it could change the course of gaming history, is the European Citizens Initiative. Now, I said I'm approaching this like a time traveler because with the trajectory we're on, these are both going to fail. Again, this one is crazy powerful, but the hurdle we just couldn't get past was that it requires 1 million signatures from citizens of EU countries.
Yep.
And we've only made it just under halfway. What a lot of people don't realize is that in the EU especially, it's almost a state of lawlessness regarding the practice of game destruction. Is that the vast majority of games with an online requirement say they can be terminated at any time for any reason.
Okay, I'm going to note that for Ubisoft. Ubisoft EULA. Ubisoft, or its licensors, may terminate this EULA at any time for any reason.
Or Blizzard likes to say any or no reason.
Yep. And I'm going to put that... Let me scroll up here. Where did I have it? That was way back up. I only care about my view because most other opinions are stupid, but I take your point and respect it. Again, the reason why I'm doing this is because the problem is you do not own a game. You do not own any game that you have paid for. You own the license that allows you access to the game. That is the biggest thing that needs to change, in my opinion, before anything like what they're trying to do, right, is even remotely agreed upon. Right? Again, I'll bring it up. Easy peasy. Here. Okay? Very, very, very easy. Here. God damn it. There we go. Game. Right? Just game. EULA. Oops. EULA. States. Oh my god, I fucking did it again. Jesus Christ. EULA. Jesus. States. You own a license allowing you access to the game. This is the crux of the issue. This is the massive, massive, massive crux of the whole thing. You do not own the game itself. That's the core problem that needs to be altered. Game purchases should not be like taking a book out from the library. Until that changes, nothing else will. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the reason why, Alpa, and I understand your argument, but the reason why it does not matter is specifically because those countries do not have enough power to make sure that any sort of actual productive change occurs by themselves. That's why that's why Ross was going up, bringing his initiative up, or trying to bring his initiative up through the European Union, not just France, not just Germany, not just the Czech Republic, right? The EU as a whole has to agree on this for this entire thing to have any sort of power to change anything globally. If the United States tomorrow said, okay, from here on out, every game that everyone has ever purchased is in fact a good versus a license that allows them access to a good, it would literally change the landscape of how games are sold in general. Because the United States is a massive, massive, massive portion of the gaming industry. If Japan, because of how ingrained video games and a lot of IPs and everything work, if they did the same thing, it would absolutely change it. When you have one country in a total of, I don't know how many countries there are in the EU, and that country doesn't have a lot of sway, everybody else can go, okay, yeah, but it's Hungary. Who gives a shit? I agree, but the whole of the EU has to agree on that, not just one country. This is why the wording matters as much as it does, because it not only protects the consumers, but at the same time, it also makes it abundantly clear, assuming it passes to literally everyone else, that they stand firm on these specific things. And then they have enough power to sit there and help things to change in other regions of the world. Absolutely. European Union, yes. Absolutely. And it doesn't matter whether a country that I've named is part of the EU or not. I'm talking about the European Union. If you have one country in the European Union that agrees to this and the rest of them don't give a shit, guess what? It's dead. It doesn't matter. Period. The EU has the power to do this. But this is why the EU as a whole has to agree to it. And they have to agree to very specific wording. Because if they don't, nothing is going to change. That's why I'm doing this. And the UK is doing online safety authoritarian shit, which tells me absolutely won't care about improving quality of life for gamers. Sad, but also true. Sad, but also true. This agreement. And notice how they say agreement? Because that's what they're targeting. At any time, for any reason, or for no reason, with or without notice to you.
But according to the EU Commission, that might be a violation of Directive 93/13 EEC.
Oh, that's not good. Okay. Hang on. Okay. Directive, that's not good. 93/13 EEC prohibits unfair terms causing a significant imbalance in the parties' rights and obligations to the detriment of consumers. Terms such as those related to the unilateral modification or termination by the trader of a contract of indeterminate duration without reasonable notice may be deemed unfair, subject to a case by case assessment. And that is the European Commission.
Which protects consumers against unfair terms in consumer contracts.
Yeah.
So if that term is unfair, that means that part of the contract is null and void.
He goes on to explain how powerful that can be because of what a mess that is.
Yep.
Because there is so much gray area with how the video games currently operate in regards to those protections, it would be a legal headache that would require an analysis of the laws or implementation of new laws that could lead to, hopefully, an improvement.
And this again, this is why I keep harping on, if they literally just keep going forward with it destroys video games that we own, it's not going to win, because the video game companies will turn around and say, yes, absolutely, you're correct. Any video game that we sell a person will have this kind of functionality, but it does not cover the licenses that people are purchasing that give them access to a video game that they never purchased. That's the problem
when it comes to gaming. So the big hurdle was the signatures, needing 1 million, and currently it's at like 460,000, so it doesn't reach the threshold. I've been very vocal from the very beginning about how little faith I have in petitions, but that's just from the perspective of an American. In America, petitions are more worthless than toilet paper.
True.
You're better off just writing what you want on a note to Santa Claus and shipping it to the North Pole than you are doing anything with a petition in this country.
True.
I don't know how different it is in the EU. maybe it really is this powerful there that could lead to substantial change and improvement when it comes to games and preservation and all of what we've already talked about. Hopefully, I mean, that's really all that's left for the Stop Killing Games initiative, which sucks, but that's the position that it's in, unfortunately. And I wanted to talk about it because I really want to see something change with the games industry. I've said that so many times recently, but it's in such a sorry state. I mean, I'm talking big budget AAA space. Indies, I think, are absolutely crushing it, absolutely golden right now in the golden age of indie games. But overall, in the big budget games and the way the industry keeps pushing things, it sucks. So I wanted to talk about Stop Killing Games here. Hopefully things can turn around and maybe a huge W's around the corner for the Stop Killing Games initiative. We'll see. But anyway, I want to commend Ross for his hard work spearheading all of this for so long. And that's really about it. See ya.
Okay, so that's the first video, right? Let me just go through. And I'm just highlighting who said what. That's it. Good. Good. Okay. Good. And European Commission. Good. Okay. Now, let me scroll back up really, really quick to get the link. There we go. Apologies if I sounded too heated in these. I enjoy good debate, but I'm not always good at judging how I come over. No, you're fine. Okay. Oh shit, I gotta scroll up again. Hang on. Where is it? Art games licensed, not sold. Okay. I gotta sneeze. Excuse me. Okay. The short answer is this is a large legal gray area. There you go. Literally first statement right out of the gate. Right? So now we have to put this. Okay, so this is the Stop Killing Games FAQ. FAQ. Question. Aren't games licensed not sold to customers? Which, fair question. Answer. And I'm just going to copy this whole thing, but we'll read it. The short answer is this is a large legal gray area depending on the country. In the United States, this is generally the case. In other countries, the law is not clear at all, since license agreements cannot override national laws. Those laws often consider video games as goods, which have many consumers' protections that apply to them. So despite what the license agreement may say, in some countries, you are indeed sold your copy of the game license. Your copy of the game license. That's it. That makes no sense. Some terms still apply, however. For example, you are typically only sold your individual copy of the game license for personal use, not the intellectual property rights to the video game itself. Nobody's talking about the IP rights. And here's again, this is the problem. The problem is the way that this is worded, right? In some countries, it specifically says, right? Those laws often consider video games as goods, which is fine, which have many consumer protections that apply to them. No problem there. But then it says, so despite what the license agreement may say, in some countries you are indeed sold your copy of the game license. Why are you being sold your copy of the game license is when in reality what's actually being sold to you is your copy of the game license? Because isn't the problem that we are being sold a copy of the game license and not the game itself? Isn't that the entire problem? For example, you are typically only sold your individual copy of the game license, he's using game license again, for personal use, not the intellectual property rights to the video game itself. So you're being sold the license to the game, which allows you access to begin with, but you are not sold the rights to the video game itself, which is exactly the problem. You are not being sold the video game. It may be a typo, though. It doesn't matter whether it's a typo. Any lawyer will... I'm not even a fucking lawyer, but any lawyer would pick this apart and tell you it makes no fucking sense. That's the issue. That's exactly the issue. That's why this is such a massive, massive problem. Because it specifically says in here, in some countries, yeah, video games are considered goods, which means that the exact same thing that you're buying in the United States is the exact same thing that you're buying in these countries where the game is considered a good. Okay, but if you're only buying the exact same thing that you can get in the United States, doesn't that mean that you're only buying a license which gives you access to the video game? Therein lies the problem, because they're just telling you you're buying the same exact thing.
And I've missed a lot of the internet happenings. So, Pirate Software's previous anime arcs of drama, like with World of Warcraft and the one after that.
Why is it the same thing as in the US? Because 99% of basically any video game, with the exception of like maybe the real indie ones, that don't typically have a EULA associated with them, because it's all the stuff from like the really, really big video game developers. Most of those EULAs specifically state that you are buying a license. Right? Which is the same thing in Germany, which is the same thing in France, which is the same thing in basically all of the European Union. They are stating that you are buying a license. You could buy something in Pakistan, and it would tell you you are buying a license. The way that it is written is it is stating that you would be buying exactly the same thing in which you are getting in the United States, which is in fact a license, not the game itself. Again, any lawyer could pick this apart, and that's the issue. And that's exactly what they would do. 1,000,000%. The lawyers for Nintendo, the lawyers for anybody would pick this apart. What this might do, interestingly, is create a space for pubs and devs to focus on keeping their shit online. Not legally, but for community support to get very successful, draw lots of fans, and alienate the predatory ones, changing the climate more organically. Probably not, but could. It's possible. And yes, commerce laws you use are from where the transaction happens, not the country of origin. I'm going to read this word for word because I copied it. Literally verbatim. The short answer is this is a large legal gray area. Depending on the country. In the United States, this is generally the case, which means you are being sold licenses. You are not being sold the game. That's what they are referring to. In other countries, the law is not clear at all, since license agreements cannot override national laws. Again, this is 100% true. Those laws often consider video games as goods. Fair, which have many consumer protections to apply to them. Again, fair. So despite what the license agreement may say, in some countries you are indeed sold your copy of the game license, which is literally no different than the question itself. Now, whether it is a typo or not, it has to be rectified. And the reason it has to be rectified is because this is quite literally saying, word for word, that even in countries in which those games are considered goods, by the way that this is describing it, You are only paying for the game license. That's what it is stating. And it is also stating that, unfortunately, this is a very large legal gray area. That's the problem, right? It's the way that it is formed. Now, I know what the intention of this is supposed to be, yes. If British laws protect you in a way you don't need a U.S. law, false. Absolutely false. If you are visiting a country in which you are not a citizen, you have to adhere to any and all laws, period. If you are not a legal citizen as of yet in another country, but you are currently living there, you absolutely have to adhere to any and all laws that are present in that country, period. It's kind of moot, I guess. As a Brit, I'm not answerable to U.S. law unless I'm in America. That's 100% true. But I also can't expect to be protected legally by it either. Also 100% true, which is why I brought it up. And you're right, we are not talking about travel, but as Sober just so rightly said, the problem is that if you do come to America, if you do live in America and you are not a U.S. citizen, it does not matter. British laws will not protect you. That's why I brought it up. And again, any lawyer will pick this apart. Any lawyer will pick this apart. It does not matter what the intention is. The fact that there are typos here shows that they don't know what they're talking about. And it was probably written fast, and they're going to find some loophole and everything else. That's the issue. It has nothing to do with whether I think it's right or wrong. It has everything to do with the fact that a lawyer is going to absolutely rip it apart and say, aha, but you just said game license. You didn't say game.
And the one after that, and the one after that, and the one after that, I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to. I only got little tiddlywinks, little morsels of lore about it in a few clips, so I never really even understood what was going on there. So Pirate Software's response to everything that happened yesterday really caught me by surprise. That was a subversion of my expectations, bigger than Game of Thrones Season 8.
Yeah, Hutcher, I did. I think it's really hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad at me for putting out...
Okay, hang on. Another quote from Thor. I think it's entirely hilarious to me that that entire community is so butt mad on second thought. Let's not go to America. It's a silly place. True. Here's a basic question. Assume that British laws say Sober owns the game, not a license, and Sober agrees to the EULA while buying it in the UK. Does he indeed own the game? If the laws state that currently, as they are, if the laws currently state that he is adhering to exactly what it is stated in the EULA, then no, he does not own the game, period. Now, let's say he decides he wants to move to the States. That's all well and fine, but he's not protected under British law anymore. Even if he's not an American citizen, he has to adhere to the laws and everything that are in the United States. So even if it differs, then there you go. Then EULA ends up overriding British law. Yes, and it also ends up overriding American law as well if it states the same thing, which is exactly the problem. And it's the problem with not only the video games industry, but it's also the problem with the movie industry and the problem with the music industry. You do not own what you are paying for. That's exactly the problem. No EULA TOS or anything other or any other thing can override the law. Correct, unless it specifically states that they're just right. Which 90% of the time is exactly what they do. So they don't have to override the law because the law tells them they're 100% right in doing so. Lawyers would also argue that the override is voluntary on the part of the client, so I agree, or no play game. Yes. Because in order to play the game, you have to accept the EULA to begin with. Not that I agree it's bullshit, but that's how it works, 100%. You can't relinquish a right given to you by laws. I'm not saying you have to. I'm saying that in the United States and in various other countries, they don't have to overwrite anything because the law is always on the side of the publisher. That's the problem. That's why they can get away with stating you own a license to access the game, you do not own the game. Because if you go and you look up the law when it comes to IP rights and it comes to copyright rights, they literally just go, it's all the owners. Whatever you have to agree to is what you have to agree to if you want access. That's it. You don't have to relinquish a right given because there was never any right given. I know that's not what you're talking about. That's what we are talking about. That's the issue. It has to be changed first that all of these things are goods and that it is specifically defined and that there are no typos and that the true intention can be read by absolutely everyone with zero confusion whatsoever before any massive body, whether it be the European Union or the United States or any other massive governing body, will sit there and agree this needs to change. It needs to be clear and concise, because if it's not, it leads to confusion and then people stop giving a fuck. I wonder how it works in piracy, because obviously it's illegal in the UK and the US. It's not illegal in the US per se, but I'll touch on that in a second. If an American pirate yoinks an album from a UK record label, I guess he could be extradited, but you wouldn't be able to charge him in, say, Delaware. Correct. You wouldn't be able to charge them in, say, Delaware, but because the US is allied with the UK, they wouldn't have any problem if they really wanted to push the issue. They wouldn't have any problem whatsoever sending you back to the UK to face whatever charges that you're being brought up on. Right? The other issue is that in the United States, downloading a thing is not illegal. It is distribution of the thing that is illegal. So you downloading a song from wherever, right? Doesn't really matter. If you're doing it, but you're not paying for the song, according to the way that the law works, you are not doing anything illegally. But if they catch you re-uploading that thing illegally without permission from the rights holder, then you're fucked. That's how it works. That is later in the process when you're drafting law propositions. Buying pirate software is legal, selling or giving it away, or isn't legal, selling or giving it away is. Correct. Yeah. That's considered distribution. 100%. And here's the problem, Alpa. This initiative is specifically, and Ross said it himself, one is for the UK to sign a government petition to bring this before Parliament. If Parliament cannot understand this right here in clear and concise terms without any confusion whatsoever, then they don't care and it is automatically done. It does not matter anymore. That's the issue. That's absolutely the issue. Parliament will literally sit there, look at a thing, they'll read maybe this, and they'll read the thesis statement where it talks about, okay, are we buying licenses or are we buying actual games? And if they cannot get the terminology correct 100% of the time, they will go, well, they're too fucking incompetent, next. And that's it. That's the issue. And that happens here in the States. And unfortunately, that happens more often than not in most really big countries.
Had a video 10 months ago
At a video 10 months ago. Okay. I would assume they would make a formatted summary for the Parliament anyways. Says who, though? That's kind of the issue, because if you can't clearly state what the initiative is for, how is anybody supposed to trust you to clearly state, once the initiative is brought forth, how is anybody supposed to clearly state what the initiative wanted to do in the first place? They can't even get it right the first time. They don't even bother with that usually. They just say, yeah, we talked about it for an hour, then threw it out. Yeah, that's it. That's typically what happens. And it sucks, but this is the system that has to be fought. And if you're trying to fight it within the system, you have to be exact. Like if I sat there and I was like, hey, I think everybody should sign a petition that makes prostitution legal, but I completely fuck up all the wording, it doesn't matter whether the petition actually gets the right amount of signatures or not. They're going to take one look at the petition and go, they don't even know what the fuck they're talking about, and then toss it. That's the issue. Rainbow, what's going on? How you doing?
About their stuff and then not being refuted, and now...
Okay, months ago, about their stuff and not being refuted.
It's my fault that everything is going wrong for them.
Okay. And somehow it's my fault. Everything is going wrong for them. By the way, I completely disagree with that. But we got to put it because that's what Thor said. That is a direct quote from Thor. Okay.
I cannot believe his ego. His ego is so out of control, I feel like he's only a week or two away from exclusively referring to himself in third person, like Stone Cold fucking Steve Austin.
Alpa, that's exactly the problem. That's exactly the problem. The issue is people aren't going to get any change whatsoever until the people who are in positions of power change and understand what is going on. It'd be like sitting there and everybody in the position of power has a math equivalent of maybe, if they're lucky, freshman year of high school, which is the first year of high school, and somebody is giving them advanced placement calculus. They have no idea what we're talking about. And that's the issue. You have to write it clear and concise to show them that there is a problem. If you cannot write it the first time clear and concise to show that there is a problem, and people are getting confused as to what the wording is, they're just going to toss it because they have zero interest.
That's the truth, because Pirate Software said so. Some shit like that. It's crazy how he's responded. The smugness is nails on a chalkboard. It just makes you feel icky listening to it. And he goes on that same talking point multiple times in the clip about how, like, oh, I guess I'm fully to blame. I guess because I made those videos 10 months ago, it's my fault entirely that this whole thing crashed and burned. Yep. Oh boy. Time to play a sad song on the world's smallest violin for the Stop Killing Games movement, all because Big Bad Pirate Software took it all down by himself. Like, it's crazy. No one's saying that. Like, there is no one out there that is saying it is entirely Pirate Software's fault that Stop Killing Games hasn't been more successful in its endeavors. But there's irrefutable evidence that you had a detrimental effect, a majorly damaging effect on Stop Killing Games because of your misinformation that you spread about it in 2 videos and across all your streams, and not once have you bothered to correct that record. And he has said that it hasn't...
That's absolutely true. Charlie is 1,000,000% right. I think there's literally one thing that, as an aside, he has been that Thor has been right on the entire time, and he still didn't get it. He still didn't get it, which is absolutely insane. 1,000,000%.
Been refuted in 10 months? That is fish paste. That is turbo horseradish. Go to your own comment section on your videos to see everyone refuting you, as well as the innumerable other gamers and voices out there that have taken down those talking points and debunked a lot of them and proven that you just didn't understand it. And that is the big problem. No one hates Pirate Software because he doesn't agree with Stop Killing Games. The reason so many people are angry at him, myself included here, you can disagree with the movement all you want. If you don't like the initiative, I'm not your fucking dad. You make your own choices there.
True.
But the reason so many people, myself included, do not like how Pirate Software is handling all this is he is refusing, outright refusing, to just admit any level of fault, that he was wrong about anything. And that couldn't be more clear from these clips, as well as his tweets that he's made. It's actually his tweets that really sent me off the fucking rails here, off my gourd. Let's start.
And I haven't seen any of these, so we're going to read these as well. This does not even comprehend the possibility that he might have misunderstood something. True. So labor leaders wanted to do some vicious welfare reforms, which hurts the disabled immensely. People panicked, wrote their MPs in droves. The MPs rebelled en masse. Governor walked it back. If you want change, you're going to need to convince them in a similar way, but that's hard because 60 to 70 MPs don't give a bollocks about games. That's true. They don't even, most of them probably predate the video game and just went, oh, it's a fad in like the 1970s, or played like Pac-Man for like 5 minutes or whatever. And then when somebody brings up video games now, they go, wait, that's still a thing? You know, like, and I know I've said this before as a joke, but I guarantee you most people in seats of power literally sit there and go, oh, you kids and your Zima and your Dan Fogelberg and your Pac-Man video games. So completely oblivious to literally everything that's going on. Like, it's embarrassing how bad it is. The online safety stuff, I watched his last interview with Dr. K, and he even catches on it. Oh, I'm sure. When politicians hear video games, they think, oh, 14-year-olds with zero voting power. Skip? Yeah, absolutely. I would kill for a Zima. The online safety stuff they're doing shows they understand tech not at all. It's like they've never heard of a VPN. They probably haven't. Or they've heard it in passing and went, oh, that fucking more of the Pac-Man bullshit. And that's about it. And that really, really sucks, because then we get fucked for it. Okay, so Thor says, I put out 2 videos disagreeing with your initiative 10 months ago and haven't talked about it since. Now your initiative has failed, and you're blaming me for 33 minutes of the hour-long video covering it. Your community is out in force, shitting up our streams and socials with hate messages, threats, and snide comments. Since you're so set on cutting up my responses into pieces to try and make, I'm assuming he means me, seem unhinged, I'm going to drop my videos here to show you the actual context. There's also a massive pinned FAQ on the first video you can read through to see my reasoning. To quote back to you, if you're not going to hate me, at least hate me for what I'm actually saying. The only engagement I've seen that is level-headed has been from Louis Rossman. His video breaks down what I disliked and tried to meet in the middle with a conversation that made sense. As such, I engaged with him on that video as screenshotted below. I'm fine talking to people that are level-headed about this and can have a conversation, but to be real, dude, every time you've been involved, your orbiters turn shit toxic instantly, and it sets me off. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit-flinging the entire time. Your own Reddit had people openly talking about causing drama in our community to try to stir up more support. I still disagree with your movement for all of the reasons I stated. That's unlikely to change, and at this point, I am more than fine with that. Stay frosty. So right now, he's just being a complete shithead. What's a Zima? Isn't that a puzzle game? Oh no, that's a Zuma. Zima was basically... It's an alcoholic beverage that's clear. And I didn't particularly care for it, but I know some people did, but it never really caught traction here in the States. And yeah.
Start with this little nugget here that he deleted from last night. So he tweeted directly at Ross, the guy behind Stop Killing Games, talking about how he made those videos 10 months ago, and since then, his community has been nothing but hateful. A scourge, a fucking tyrannid threat that he must...
Even if it's true, why blame Ross on what the other people do? The reason why, and this has to be made abundantly clear, because we'd be getting into a completely different thing. But the reason why, and I've held this true to literally every stream I've ever had, okay, is that as a content creator or as a live streamer, you absolutely have the responsibility to make sure that people are not taking things to an extreme where they are hurting or have the intention of hurting someone else, right? So what ends up happening is if you have a bunch of people who are going out of their way on Reddit that are massive fans of yours to say, let's stir up shit in Thor's channel because he's a fucking idiot and he doesn't know what he's talking about, and let's make his life a living hell, well, where do they come from? They're coming from your stream. They're coming from your video, right? The argument of, oh, well, I'm not responsible for any of my people is bullshit, because every time somebody brings that up, it's typically when somebody goes out and kills themselves. And then nobody's to blame. Or it's typically when somebody loses their job because they ended up getting doxxed, and now all of a sudden the streamer's just sitting there going, well, I mean, it wasn't my fault. I didn't do it. They absolutely have the responsibility. If this shit is happening, it doesn't matter what side, if it is happening, it needs to be stopped immediately. Because it does nothing but hurt your platform, and it does absolutely nothing but hurt your bottom line. Because every time somebody looks at you, they're going to go, oh yeah, wasn't it your community that basically told somebody to go off themselves? And the only recourse you have is, I didn't tell them that specifically. Oh, good. So now we're going with the Charles Manson argument. That's the problem.
Destroy. Your community is fucking rabid, and it's shit to deal with for anyone on the other side of the argument. Why do you think I haven't talked about this shit in 10 months? Why do you think we auto-mute anyone bringing it up in chat? Because it's been rage bait and shit-flinging the entire time. And just goes on about, like, how he is the victim of Ross's toxic, terrible community, which is hilariously hypocritical coming from Pirate Software, when in his videos and his streams, he makes it very clear and is very rude about how much he dislikes not only Ross, but the movement. And it's not like he's being very professional and polite about it, you know, buttoned up. Listen to it.
So this was my first encounter of him.
Oh shit, now this is actually really dumb. It's used car salesman garbage.
Okay, hang on. Oh shit. No, this is actually really dumb. This is used car salesman garbage. In the week when a lady with a fox rescue killed herself because Reddit scum were bullying her, I can't be doing with toxic communities. 100%. I agree. Absolutely. 100%. And those people were supposedly her friends. And that poor girl, my God. It's like... That's why this is such a massive, massive problem. Everybody has to be responsible for the things that they say, whether that be that they apologize for them, or they admit that there was wrongdoing, or that they admit that they didn't know the entire thing, or whatever. They have to be they have to be enough in tune with themselves to admit when they are wrong. And they have to absolutely go out of their way to make sure that nobody is spreading any hate, any animosity, going on Reddit and causing shit, or starting shit, or getting other people to jump on the bandwagon or grab their pitchfork or anything else, because we literally just lost a content creator this week who killed herself when literally all she wanted to do was be a loving wife, a loving mother, and save wild foxes from being killed constantly in the state of Minnesota. And in the end, all she ended up doing was killing herself because people said some really, really, really mean shit. Meanwhile, all those people can just sit there and go, well, I wasn't the one who did it. That's the problem. I saw one of the bullies talking about it, saying they're not responsible and it's not their problem. Oh, I just wrote a list of why she's awful. She killed herself. Now, fuck that. Hit by a bus for that one. Yeah, that's exactly the problem. It's the Charles Manson argument. There are people in the United States, I shit you not. And for those of you who don't know who Charles Manson is, look him up. There are people in the United States that argue that Charles Manson should have never been in prison because Charles Manson was not the one who directly told somebody to kill somebody else. That's why I keep calling it the Charles Manson argument.
This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this, I'm going to actively tell people not to. That is awful.
Okay, here we go. This is shit. It's shit. This is a slightly unpopular opinion, but society is degraded to somewhat because too many people got too comfortable not being punched in the teeth. Sadly, I'd agree with you.
That is a whole want to back this salesman garbage. This is shit. It's shit. Not only do I not want to back this.
Okay, not only do I not want to back this.
I'm going to actively tell people not to.
I'm going to actively tell people not to. This is where Thor really shits his pants.
That is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That's awful, dude.
Okay, that is awful. That is a horrible goddamn direction. That is awful, dude.
No, eat my entire ass.
No, eat my entire ass. There we go. I'm taking it word for word, right from the horse. So basically, these fap happies are having a war of opinions. No, the worst part is that there are some flaws with an initiative to allow people to have video games that they paid for after companies stop supporting them, right? Thor, Pirate Software, took the entire initiative completely in the wrong direction and is doing nothing but calling it a used car salesman pitch and saying that this guy is complete shit and to eat his entire ass when he can't even grasp the concept of what is trying to be said, and instead just flat out attacking it and then blaming the original guy for having his community be complete and utter fuckheads.
That the level of stupid that I just had to receive was like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours.
The level of stupid that I just had to receive is like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. Okay. That I just had to receive is like sitting on Twitter for 12 hours. Which, by the way, I don't ever recommend anybody ever do. Ever. But I think it will make a difference here, and you'll pick the wrong side, and I will lose my shit, and that's the stream. No, because honestly, I 100% agree that people should have access to their games that they paid for. Legally, there are things that need to be fixed in order to make sure that it goes through, but the problem is that Thor is just shitting over absolutely everything because he completely took it the wrong way.
This shit sucks. That's a really stupid-ass move. That's an incredibly stupid-ass move. I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit, then.
I think this is ass. This is complete garbage. All of this can eat shit, then.
I dropped the mask entirely. I have no qualms about that. They can eat my entire ass. The whole thing. That sounds stupid as shit.
Yeah, I'm sure it's Ross and his community that are actually the assholes here. Brother, come on, you can't possibly be calling the wambulance with a side of french fries here about people being mean to you when you are literally the one that started the shit-flinging and name-calling. And by the way, Ross never even addressed this for 10 months because he didn't want to dilute the initiative into just having it be boiled down to drama between creators, which I think was actually very big of him.
True.
The only reason he's talking about it now is because it's at the end of its life, and so many people still don't understand it because of someone like Pirate Software misrepresenting it. So he's finally setting the record straight there.
True.
Anyway, he did delete that tweet, but just a little while ago, he made a new tweet.
Oh,
a
no.
very long tweet, as well as a series of tweets on.
To clear up some disinformation about my character, I left AAA in 2016 because I fucking hate how the industry is now and prefer indie entirely. I don't like Blizzard, or I would have stayed working there. That's why I quit. That's the entire point. Fuck AAA and what many studios have turned games into. Outside of that, no, I am not financially supported by live service games. I make a single-player RPG, and I am the director of strategy for off-brand games. In that position, I am paid minimum wage by my own decision because I care about games succeeding, not about profiting off of them. To further this, the games we're publishing are all playable offline anyway because their gameplay loops are not only based on interplayer interaction. Are not only based on interplayer interaction. Not all games are like this, and not all games can be like this. No, I have not been running away from discourse on this. I talked about it for around 8 hours on stream yesterday. I never took my videos down, and I have not discussed the initiative in the 10 months it's been since I released those videos. My internet also died mid-broadcast, so I had to go live again 30 minutes later, thanks ISP. For those that will scream he's doubling down, yes, I damn well am. I give a shit about this initiative. I give a shit about this initiative and what it means for games developers and players in the future. To finish out, just because I don't support this doesn't mean you should blindly follow me in that just because I said pretty words on the internet. You also shouldn't blindly bash me because some other creator said to. Watch the videos I put out, read the initiative, decide for yourself, apply critical thinking, and don't outsource it to others. Fair. I'm of the opinion that if enough people stop participating in the you don't own it, then we can get back to owning it. I agree, but you also have to have the right people to say that we own it. Because unfortunately, that's the law, and that's kind of one of the biggest hiccups in the whole initiative, is that they don't spell it out clearly that that's one of the biggest things that they want to do. I agree with you wholeheartedly. If I own a hard copy of a game, it 1,000,000% should be mine. Absolutely. Wholeheartedly agree with that. I'm of the mind that it's way too warm, and if I get any more swamp ass, I'm naming it Louisiana the sequel. That's fair.
Under it in regards to this whole thing. And in all these words...
There are a few games I wish were still around. Brains was one of them. It was cool. It was a cool-ass mobile that set the player up to survive, but not as a human survivor. You were the fucking horde, and you had to grow and overcome the humans. I would kill to play that again. Also, Migos. Fair. And I think that's great. I think it'd be awesome if they literally went per what the initiative wants, right? I think for what the initiative wants, what they want is if a game is end of life, right? They're not going to support it anymore or anything like that. That they allow it to be left in a playable state for anybody, right? Essentially, it'd be abandonware, but they would release it, and it would be something that you could just download, and then there you go. I love the idea of it. The legality problem is that they don't clearly define it, and unfortunately, every single video game developer and publisher would just rip it a new one. And Thor has absolutely no clue what he's talking about when it comes to the initiative whatsoever. If it's end of life, put it in the public domain. 100%. I absolutely agree with that. Absolutely. And Newgrounds. Amazing. I love Newgrounds. That was fantastic. Like public domain for books. Yep. And some movies. Right? Some movies are like that too, which is fantastic. There are even some songs which are now in public domain, which is fantastic. It's a step in the right direction, but more needs to be done. And that's what the initiative is trying to address. And unfortunately, Thor just completely missed the whole thing. Does anyone remember Adventure Quest? Flash animation RPG still going. I do remember Adventure Quest, yes. I also harshly critique Ross Scott's wording in his videos because they disparage the lawmaking process and lawmakers, which doesn't benefit players or this movement in any way. In the second video, I talk about the potential scenarios where a studio could be abused if the initiative was implemented as written. It adds new paths for abuse, and that needs to be discussed to help hone this initiative into something that would do good without doing harm. I then explained that very few people in the game development space can actually discuss this from the other side due to fear of losing their jobs. The studio is much safer in silent dissent than they are in discussing the drawbacks of your ideals. The recent attacks on our games is obvious evidence of this. To recap, my main issue with this initiative is that it is broad in its approach to change the industry, and the exact language of the initiative, not the FAQ, requests that all games stay in a functional playable state. This is not feasible for all games at a technical level and could potentially restrict developers from making online-only games like MMOs, MOBAs, and user-generated content games in the future. That list is not exhaustive, and it doesn't matter if you do or don't like those kinds of games. Effectively, this has the potential to restrict future developers from making kick-ass experiences because it locks a weight on their designs. Even though this is an initiative that can change in the future, this goal is core to the mission and deeply disruptive, so it needs to be called out. That's the second part.
All this mumbo-jumbo, not once does he...
Just because I don't support this doesn't mean you should follow blindly, yada yada. Okay, we already read that. Fine. Objectives. This initiative calls to require publishers that sell or license video games to consumers in the European Union or related features and assets sold for video games they operate to leave said video games in a functional playable state, which he keeps just... He's missing the mark. He's like, it's like he's 80% there. You know what I mean? It's like he's 80%, but it just, yeah.
Say he was wrong about anything. In fact, he just continues to double down, even proudly stating he is doubling down. Wow, how incredibly noble, doubling down on things you are provably, blatantly wrong about. We don't need to hit the Jumbotron for the replay on yesterday's video going over so many of the things that he was incorrect about in regards to the initiative, but the point is, that is an issue that I really thought that he would address. Be like, hey, yeah, I did get this part wrong. You're right, guys. Sorry about that. I didn't mean to misrepresent it. I still don't fully agree with it, but I do recognize that I had some errors here.
Apologizing is for the weak and wrong, which is why you should do it to me, because you are weak and wrong, and you dance badly.
Thank you for the 50 bits spoiled.
My coverage. That's what I was expecting.
Oh, it adds new paths of abuse for Blizzard and Ubisoft. I'm sold even more. No, I completely agree. Also, spoiled, can you come by and smack me in the head with a frying pan? My sleep is all fucko due to naps. I require unconsciousness on demand. Oh boy. And you dance badly.
That is not what we got. And it prompted me to reach out directly to him, to talk to him, to see, like, why isn't he acknowledging that? Is there a reason? Like, what is going on there? So I did. He made it very clear he was not very happy with my coverage of Stop Killing Games, which is fine.
Ooh, okay. Hang on. Charlie reached out to Thor. He made it very clear he was not happy about my coverage of Stop Killing Games. Oh boy.
It's fine. I think that's totally fine. I'm not going to leak DMs or really go in depth on our private conversation, but the point of me reaching out to him was to talk about his refusal to acknowledge that he did, maybe unintentionally, misrepresent Stop Killing Games, and it led to a just shy of 2 hours, like, circular argument that ultimately got us nowhere. He was...
Okay. It led to a just shy of 2 hours circular argument that got us nowhere.
More focused on his qualms with Stop Killing Games and really liked to challenge me to prove him wrong about...
Okay, oof. more focused on his qualms about Stop Killing Games and challenged me to prove him wrong about
some of his hang-ups with it.
Oof.
And when I would mention, like, the behavior aspect, like, hey, you did misrepresent it, and I'd give him a timestamp, he'd then instead say how I'm wrong for thinking that he misrepresented it. We got nowhere.
Oof. When I would bring up... This is fucking insane. Holy shit. And would give him a timestamp, he would say that I am wrong for assuming he is attacking it.
So I want to just publicly say this again. There are plenty of things you can disagree with when it comes to the Stop Killing Games initiative. I'll put links to it if you want to learn more about it, and you can form your own opinions on it if you want to support it. If you don't like it, that's fine. That's super normal. And I didn't reach out to try and champion that Pirate Software should become, you know, a huge ambassador of Stop Killing Games, you know, out there on the fucking front lines fighting for it. It had nothing to do with that. It was simply about the misunderstanding that he showcased, maybe unintentionally, and the misrepresentation of it that he broadcast, again, maybe unintentionally, which has in turn, over the course of 10 months, misled people on what the fuck Stop Killing Games even is in the first place, which I found to be a problem because he's never even acknowledged that as something that has happened. And because he refuses to acknowledge that, and anyone that even, like, tiptoes around that subject, he kind of treats as though they're fucking idiots, like me, for thinking that he's misrepresented something. Now, he did just post a tweet where he said he talked to me and Josh Strife Hayes.
Oh
and
boy.
in that tweet, this will...
Just talked to Charlie and Josh Strife Hayes for a bit in DMs. If you're mad at me for being a dick to Ross, I get it, and I'm sorry for that. I should not have lashed out, but I had an emotional response due to how important this subject is to me. On the developer side, I have been in a constant battle with people online for nearly a decade, trying to inform them how difficult it is to make and release video games. The idea that any of these technical hurdles are easy to overcome and would be simple to implement is the exact kind of thing I've been fighting, which is not what was stated, but okay. When I bring up the issues of leaving online-only games with a functional playable state after sunsetting, I am always met with a responses diminishing the effort needed to do that. That is not a simple hurdle to overcome and is exactly why I don't like this initiative. You can leave these challenges up to a figure-it-out mentality, and you can't diminish the work of those on the dev side just because you want your way. Movements like this showcases to me how little the general public understands about game development, modern gaming architecture, and online games as a whole. That's why I put videos out poking holes in this, because it sets that entire conversation back to the Stone Age in terms of developer and player understanding. Making shit is hard. Making shit when people think it's easy is harder. If you want all games to be left in a functional playable state, then you need to listen to people when they talk about how infeasible that will be in a lot of situations, since this is the initiative's primary goal as listed on the ECI page. It's kind of important to resolve that.
Will prove how useless our conversation was, unfortunately. There's not a single peep about misrepresenting what Stop Killing Games was about. It's more so about how the public just doesn't understand game development, and it kind of reads to me like we're all just too stupid to understand it from his side of things. Our conversation basically amounted to toilet paper, unfortunately. Again, I was focused on, you have done this, maybe unintentionally, you should at least say that you have, or, like, you know, are you aware that you did this? And then it became more of like, nope, I didn't. You're wrong. And then he uses our conversation at the start of this for something that was not even the focus. I was not there to try and convince him to be part of Stop Killing Games. I don't think we made any ground on, like, his perspective versus mine on Stop Killing Games. He has some qualms about how difficult it would be in certain cases. I agree with that, for sure. I still think overall Stop Killing Games is a net positive for the gaming industry, where something desperately needs to change with a lot of these awful practices. But for the 10 millionth time in the last 2.5 hours, it was just about him having this awareness that his coverage did mislead people, and that he maybe not maliciously or anything, misunderstood or misrepresented Stop Killing Games in numerous instances, and the way that he talked about Ross was unacceptable. That at least made it into the tweet there about the way he talked about Ross being like a fucking used car salesman type deal, and like calling everything about it ass. He at least recognized that that was too harsh, so he gave a quick I'm sorry for that, which is good. I do appreciate that, and I'm sure Ross will appreciate that as well, I imagine. But I still wanted to make this video after the conversation because I just really do not understand, I truly cannot wrap my head around why he fights tooth and nail coming for throats for anyone that tries to mention that there was misrepresentation in his coverage of the Stop Killing Games initiative. He is so hell-bent on proving he's right and everyone else is wrong that's saying these things. I just don't get it. He's just treating it like he's got the mega mind, once-in-a-generation galaxy brain that no one can possibly understand. All us plebeians are beneath him, and we're lucky that he even graces us with streams, and we're stupid for thinking that he did anything wrong here in regards to his coverage of Stop Killing Games and what it's actually about. It's just so odd to me. Because if he would just come out and be like, yeah, you know what? Looking back on it, really reflecting, hearing what you guys are saying, I can see why this was so misleading for so many people. I didn't mean for it to be, and yeah, maybe I misunderstood some of these things. This would not have been nearly as big of a deal as it has turned into. And I went back and looked at some of his previous dramas, I suppose, and that is a common thread with pirate software. Like in World of Warcraft, he made a mistake, but he completely refused to acknowledge the mistake, and it made it a much bigger snowball into an avalanche for him.
And that's the biggest issue that I think Thor is facing, is that he doesn't recognize, or at least he's not willing to admit that he recognizes when he is wrong about a thing. And I think that's really the biggest issue. I don't think anybody has an issue with anybody disagreeing one way or the other, but I think the biggest problem is he's not willing to admit when he's wrong. It's just, nope, I'm doubling down. I'm fucking right about everything. The rest of you can all suck my dick. I don't give a shit. And then that's pretty much it. Meanwhile, everybody and their mother is being like, no, bro, you were wrong. We went through this. We showed the video clips. We saw all of it. And it takes, you have to basically hammer him with 30, 20-pound sledgehammers before he finally relents and says, yes, okay, maybe. And I think that's the problem. Hey, Lynn, how you doing? They have this exact same conversation with Dr. K. Oh, God. Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I'm sure that that went swimmingly.
Which led to a ton of other problems. He just has this inability to, like, accept that he can make mistakes. Like, he does things wrong sometimes. And he needs to recognize that it's okay to be like, yeah, I did do that wrong. You're right. I was incorrect in this. And it would save so much of a headache. But he just comes across as a narcissist. He really does, unfortunately. Like, I'm not an armchair Reddit psychologist here going to diagnose him as a narcissist or anything, but, like, that's what it comes across as. He just refuses to admit that he
this month has been a lot fair
incorrectly. It admits no faults of his own ever, except I suppose to Ross here, which maybe this is the beginning of a big character development for Pirate Software. He did apologize to Ross for how he treated him and what he said about him. I think that's great. Would love to see that same kind of energy for understanding where people like myself are coming from with your coverage of Stop Killing Games and why people feel the way they do about what's happened since with your responses. But anyway, I won't keep yapping about it. That's really about it. So, yeah.
So there you go. That's the entire thing as of right now with Stop Killing Games. And honestly, literally all of this boils down to the fact that Thor cannot admit when he's wrong. He just keeps doubling and tripling down, and it doesn't matter who talks to him. He always has to be the one who's in the right, and it doesn't matter what anybody else says, even if it is objectively true. In his eyes, he is 1,000,000% right, which means nobody else can be right. They all have to be wrong. That's the entire thing. Do I agree with the overall point of the initiative? Yeah, absolutely I do. Everybody should 100% own whatever it is that they buy. Totally agree with that. Do I think that there are some things that need to be fixed in the initiative in terms of wording to make sure that everybody is on the same page and there is no doubt whatsoever as to what the initiative is trying to do? Yes, I absolutely agree that things need to be changed in order to make sure that happens. But for Thor to come out and say what he said the way that he said it, and then double and triple down and just keep calling everybody shit and keep telling everybody, prove me wrong, prove me wrong, prove me wrong, is doing absolutely nothing. And it really, really, really sucks. It really sucks. So, here's what I'm going to do. Yet again. Here is the European Citizens Initiative. For those of you who do live in the European Union, there you go. You've seen what I've done with it. We've broken down everything of it. You can do whatever you need to in order to make sure that your signature, if you so choose, gets on this thing. They're at about 600,000. They need 1 million. So absolutely have at it. Go for it. And that's it. I don't agree with what Thor's doing. I think more peer review needs to occur with the initiative. But generally speaking, I think it is a very good idea. But it doesn't help that you have somebody like Thor who just comes out and shits all over the person who has been trying to do it for so long, as well as the initiative itself, because he's thinking of it from a very one-sided perspective and not looking at it from other ways that could be beneficial. And he just keeps calling everybody stupid and ass and wrong. So, yeah, there you go. But it's food time, because I'm sick and tired of talking about it, and I'm sick and tired of listening to myself talk about it. We need food time. We absolutely do. And we're going to start off and get this off on the right foot with Joe, because Joe's got a new video. I checked already. There is still no new roll for sandwich, otherwise it would be here, but there is another great video, and I absolutely love the guy after this. So here we go. Here comes Joe.
Welcome back, everybody. If this is your first time here, my name is Joe, and this is the Joe is Hungry channel, where sometimes we have to do reviews that we really don't want to. Take one for the team. Do it in the name of science, right here within the city limits of Fairmount, Georgia. Now it's time for the ever-popular birthday shout-outs. Brandon, happy birthday, and thank you for supporting the channel.
Brandon, holy shit, buddy.
Birthday shout-outs. Brandon.
That's... Brandon, listen, man, all power to you.
Happy birthday, and thank you for supporting the channel. Allie, I want to wish you a very special birthday coming up on July 27th. Zach and Chris, thank you for supporting the channel. Happy birthday to you. Marcus, William, Jabril, James, Shane, Mauston, Grace, Nalia, I want to wish each and every one of you a very hungry happy birthday. With that business out of the way, I want to thank everybody that participated in this week's food poll, because you're sending me back to Wendy's to check out their newest limited time offer, the new Tacos Fuego chicken sandwich, which is constructed with 1 spicy chicken filet, chopped Tacos Fuego chips, cheddar cheese sauce, street corn spread, chili lime sauce on a Wendy's premium hamburger bun. Each one of these will drop 550 calories on your barely controlled diet plans. I have the full nutritional information on the screen and in the description below. If you're curious and want to try a single sandwich, you're going to have to shell out $6.99 or make it a medium combo for $10.99 before taxes in Georgia. And this includes a single Tacos Fuego chicken sandwich, Fuego fries, a medium drink, and a 1 ounce bag of Tacos Fuego chips. Will this burn a hole through your host's digestive system? Will this be too hot to handle? Well, we're about to find out when we roll the drive-thru at Wendy's in Cartersville, Georgia.
He's still rocking that Jetta.
Welcome to Wendy's. What can I get for you?
Could I get 4 Take Fuego Chicken sandwiches.
You said what, sweetie?
Taki Fuego chicken sandwiches. You know, the hot ones?
Yeah. And how many you want?
4.
4 of them?
Yeah.
Alrighty. What else for you?
That's all I want.
$29.92.
Thank you, ma'am.
$49.92. That's insane.
I've got my chicken sandwiches. Let's pull off to the side. Dude, the Joe is hungry. Temperature test.
She did. All right, Joe, what do we got?
Chicken sandwich number 1 is 180.3
Okay, looking good so far.
degrees Fahrenheit. Chicken sandwich number 2 is 177.1 degrees Fahrenheit.
Okay.
Chicken sandwich number 3 is 162.5 degrees Fahrenheit. If you've been watching my channel, you know I like my temperatures at 140 degrees or above. Apparently, my Wendy's here in Cartersville, they get it because today they pass the Joe is hungry temperature test. Now it's time to crack this open. Take a really close look. Get ready for a full-blown Joe is hungry autopsy. Head back to the studios and dude, the Joe is hungry weight test. Well, Wendy's, you did pretty good on that temperature test. I'll give you that. But can you make them the same size? Well, we're gonna tell as soon as we take off for the packaging. In other words, set the chair on the scales.
I imagine Joe as just, he forgets to pick up the wrappers sometimes, so this entire area behind him is just covered in wrappers. He probably picks them up, but the amount of times we've seen him just toss the wrapper, I can only imagine there's just all these different wrappers all over the floor, and they've now become part of the floor.
Chicken sandwich number 1 is 7.00 ounces or 198 grams. Chicken sandwich number 2 is 6.65 ounces or 188 grams. Chicken sandwich number 3 weighs in at 7.35 ounces or 208 grams. Well,
that's roughly about 0.8 an ounce difference. He likely has cleaners come in regular. I mean, it's Joe, so probably. But I really think it's funny to imagine, like, with all the different wrappers that he's thrown back there in the past, like, it's just, the floor is just nothing but wrappers now.
the difference between the heaviest and the lightest is actually the same as 10% of the average weight of all three. So today, Wendy's, you actually pass the Joe is Hungry consistency weight test. Well, Wendy's, they don't have serving weights in their nutritional information. There's little more I can do about that, except add them all up, average them out, do the math, and you come up with an astronomical for a chicken sandwich, $1 an ounce, which leads us on to the next test, the one and only, the Joe is Hungry big reveal.
Oh no. You have the most interesting headcanons. Thank you. I'm gonna be honest, that doesn't look very appetizing. That literally looks like somebody puked on a fried chicken. That's supposed to be Wendy's new Takis Fuego chicken sandwich. Also, Sophia, it's good to see you. How you doing? Oh, dear God. Wait a minute. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa. We can't. That looks disgusting. That looks... That is cat puke on chicken. That is really bad. Oh my God. I mean, at least, to be fair, it is actual chicken. It's not processed. Looks like sidewalk throw up on a Sunday morning. Yeah, it does not look appetizing. Okay, The cutaway does make it look slightly better, but not by a whole lot. But that's only because you can't see that this more resembles cat puke. The top down was awful.
This is what it looks like, and this is actually what it's supposed to look like.
I'm going to go ahead and say it doesn't look anything like what it's supposed to look like. What do you guys think? Maybe I'm in the wrong. How does Joe always have the fucking... I don't know, but I love his songs.
This is what it looks like.
Joe, your Takis leaked all over into your bread.
And this is what they would have you believe it looks like. We've seen what it looks like, and we saw how much it was. The price, to me, for a chicken sandwich is astronomical. No excuse for...
Let's all get a screenshot of it, and when we get hungry before bedtime, look at it and get unhungry. You know what? That might actually work. That's the funny part. I would writhe in the dark with strangers if Joe was the DJ, right?
That. As far as what it looks like, it's definitely got some serious crush factor going on and only remotely resembles its photos. Which leads us on to the next test, the one and only, the Joe is Hungry bite test. So it is bite test, engage.
Okay, how many cuts do we think Joe is going to give us here? How many cuts? Okay, Sophia's going with 8, Alpa's going with 19, Sober's going with 16. He's not going to like it. I don't think he's going to like it either. I'm going to go with 12. I refuse to participate. Fair. Aylin, what do you think? I came here for worms. What do you mean you came here for worms? What worms? What worms? Hello? Bonus cut where he pulls an face. This is not worm. What worms? What? Hello? What happened? Oh. Shai-Hulud. Oh, God. Aylin, what do you think? I thought she meant like Worms Reloaded. I'm like, I've never played Worms Reloaded on stream, ever. Worms that eat people, not the people that eat food that looks like worms. Fair. Okay, so, let's see. Alpa's got 19, Sober's 16, I'm 12, Sophia's 8. All right, let's see what we get. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14.
Is soft, fresh, and very crushable. The chicken, although a little thin for my taste, is well cooked and answers for the bulk of the heat. The Tacos Fuego chips get soggy almost immediately and only offer a moderate amount of heat with a hint of lime. Overall, to my taste, the sandwich rates about a 3.5 on the 1 to 10 Joe Heat-O-Meter. The street corn spread is savory with a very small amount of corn, and unfortunately, its flavor gets buried in the heat. And the cheddar cheese sauce, if it's even there, is absolutely and completely undetectable. With that being said, let's travel back to the drive-thru, check on Shadow Joe's condition, and do the Joe is Hungry Sneak-a-Doodle Bite. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 1. Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 2.
Okay. One more Sneak-a-Doodle Bite.
Sneak-a-Doodle Bite number 3. A little bit of crispness in the chicken, not a whole lot. As you can see, we already have significant crush factor right out of the drive-through window. As far as the heat factor, I'm gonna go about a 3.8 on the 1 to 10 Joe Heatometer. As far as the Takis Fuego, I can see them, but I really don't taste too much, maybe a slight amount of tartness. Let's go ahead and give this thing a score. If you don't know my scale is 1 to 10, 9 being the best. Anything.
Where do we think this is going to end up? I think it's going to end up at like 4. I'm gonna stick with 4. Honestly. Also, Spectre did not pay taxes, so I took his house. Womp womp. Alba's going with 3. Sophia's going with 5.2. Sober, Aylin, what do you got? You're going 4.6. It's not looking good for this sandwich, I'm going to be honest. So, Sophia's got 5.2. Sober's got 4.6. I got 4. Alpa's got 3. Oh boy.
Above 9's a once-in-a-lifetime experience and almost never achieved. 5 and down is that slippery slope to the pits, the depths of fast food hell. Let's go ahead and give this the number that
I think I'm too high.
Deserves. Wendy's. Today, in my opinion, what you have here is an overpriced, overhyped, mildly spicy, mid-chicken sandwich with not the greatest flavor combinations. You heat seekers out there, I wouldn't get terribly excited about this one and rush out and get it. Not anytime soon. So today, I'm gonna have to go 5.1.
Fuck. Sophia was definitely closest, though. Without going over. She was definitely closest. God damn it. I thought he was going to hate it a lot more than that.
That is my number. This is my review. And hopefully, I will see you in the next video.
It does seem generous for Joe. It really, really does. Here's the video. Go like it, because it's Joe, and we all love Joe. Now, one more thing. And then I do probably have to go in and make sure that everything is not fucky with Dune. But one more thing. We have a guy, and I haven't seen him in a while, and his videos are roughly about half an hour long, and typically, because he doesn't actually ever talk until the very, very end, I can just talk over it, so it'll make life a hell of a lot easier. But his channel is called Wilderness Cooking. And I absolutely love wilderness cooking. This guy is amazing. And it's a huge beef leg with salt cooked under a press without fire. And this guy's in Azerbaijan. And I wish I had his setup. Okay, Doggo's getting meat. That is a massive beef leg. Also, I'm really, really hoping that whatever he's cutting off, he's going to be using for, like, other stuff. Kitty! Sir, that is a lot of salt. Holy shit. We keep the meat and salt for 5 days. Okay. Duckies. Okay, now we're on day 6. More kitty. Did anybody else hear him accidentally just, like, slightly bang that massive fuck-off bowl on whatever it was while he was coming out of that door, and it sounded like a gong? Okay, trying it off. I'm assuming... Okay, yeah, that's the press. Jesus! Look at the size of his nuts. We press the meat and wait 5 days. Oh boy. He's twisting the nuts. He's got very big nuts to twist, that's for sure. And he twisted them so hard, his cock is screaming. Well, no wonder his cock was screaming, his meat's flat. That's a lot of spices, holy shit. Okay, garlic. Mashing it up. My PC decided to be dumb and made me restart. No! Well, welcome back. Alright, salt. More garlic. Honestly, I might say that would be a little bit too much garlic, but his meat is massive, so... Okay. Oil in with the spices and garlic and salt. No such thing as too much garlic. You should look at his meat. He's got massive meat. Kitty! Kitty wants the meat. There's Doggo. Added specially prepared spices to the meat and left it for 25 days? Holy shit, dude. He's basically just dry aging it at this point. Also, my god, if I could get, like, gigabit internet out here where he lives, I'd move there instantly. That's gorgeous. Meat is too big for that pussy, fair. Just start a compound. Fair. Nibbling on the old twig and berries. Mm-hmm. Fafo, what's going on, buddy? Also, I love how this guy makes tea. He has... I bet the water is insanely clean. This guy, you know those, and maybe sober, you know what I'm talking about? You know those, like, massive tea things where it's like you light, like, say, like a sterno thing underneath the whole fucking thing, and it's like, it looks like it's as tall as a skyscraper, and it's got a spigot on the front of it, but you also can put a tea kettle on top of it. He has one of those. I don't think he's going to use it in this video, but he has one of those. Okay, gathering sticks. Got it. Plastic plug-in base, gotcha. Yeah, this is like an old thing. Uh-oh. He's from Azerbaijan. That's the Turkish way to make tea. You boil water and steep it in different compartments, then mix when pouring to the cup. Yeah, it's actually really cool. He's got one of those, and it looks awesome. I'd love to get one. Oh, playing with the twig and berries again. That kettle has seen better days. Jesus. Don't fiddle with your twig and berries in public. That's how I got banned from the park. Fair. I bet you this tea is fucking amazing. There's an Azerbaijani couple I've been watching for years that I absolutely adore. This guy is the same way. I absolutely adore his videos. They are so good. And he never says anything other than super at the very end. Also been from the hardware store because when Miley Cyrus licks a hammer, it's sexy, but when I do it, I'm drunk and no longer welcome in this family business. Nice. Watch them grow from hobbit house with mud walls to thriving, busy farm with loads of pets and crops and buildings. That's awesome. Duckies. Nice wood stove. Hell yeah. Look at the size of that pot. Minecraft background music. Fair. Okay, here's our meat brick. Wish I'd grown up like this. Me too, honestly. This would have been so much fun. Yeah, now he's gonna scrape everything off. Here comes the sponsor. Typically, this guy doesn't usually have sponsors. It's just like every couple of minutes you'll have a hit the like button and subscribe kind of thing. Oh, that actually looks really good. Nice thin slices, got a bit of funk on it. Okay, we got shallots. What are you doing with the shallots? Other than peeling them. Okay, now we're washing the shallots. Good. That is a lot of chickpeas. Holy shit. That is so many chickpeas. No, it's Challot, if I remember correctly. It's a type of onion. Basically. Oh, SH, thank you. Holy butter. Shallot, yeah. Oh my god, I bet that tastes amazing. There's Kitty doing kitty things. 2 woofalumps, yep. Oh my god, I bet that tastes amazing, just as is. Meowie beast because I cannot call it a pussy lump. That's true. That's a completely different thing. Oh, he's just putting them in whole. Okay. All right, cutting peppers. God, those look good. That's a lot of peppers, but, I mean, you saw his meat. Those do look really good. Yeah, we saw his meat. It's big. We not only saw him rub his meat, but he twisted his nuts so hard that his cock screamed, and then his meat was flattened. Okay, now we're putting tomato paste in there. More tomato paste, it looks like. Could be a chili paste, too. I don't know. Most importantly, he also washed his meat. True. Okay, chickpeas. His mountain of chickpeas. Oh, this actually looks really good. Holy shit. Red pepper, probably? Yeah, something like that. That actually looks really, really good. Oh my god. I love this guy. This guy has some of the best looking food when it comes to videos. Cozy fire? Yeah. Ooh, okay. Got our greens for garnish. Or he's just throwing the whole thing in, I guess. That works too. Nice. I want some of that. I'm not... oh. Wow. Country life vlog? Okay. Check that out in a minute. So he's gonna leave it like a soup, I guess? Which is fine by me. That looks amazing. Or like a stew, rather. Weird tired when I'm tired, but I half napped for a half hour earlier, so I'm like awake tired. Fair. That looks so good. Say the line. Oh, no. Going for the bread. Now say the line. Come on. Say it. Say it. Nice. Super. Yeah, when he does stuff this big, he usually makes it for, like, the entire village. For, like, all the kids and shit. It's just good and wholesome. Right? This dude's, like, not being racy. He's not being edgy. He's not, like... He's just here. He's cooking food. He says, super. And then, like, all the kids come around and he feeds them. Kitty wants food. Get him, Kitty. It's important to fatten the children up before they also go in the soup. I mean, haha, yes, wholesome. Did he? Oh, yeah. Yeah, he used a shitload of garlic. Super. Yeah, this dude makes so many good videos, so please, 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 go like the video. I highly suggest you subscribe to him because he's fucking amazing. I love everything that he does. He almost never talks, and it's just amazing to watch him make this stuff. It really, really is. So please go like the video. I would highly suggest you subscribe to him. I really, really would. Let me grab Spoiled's thing here. Oh, I think I remember her. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, hang on. For everyone who knows my name. I want to see her cook, or whatever. Tea is more than a drink, but a lifestyle. Wine table of winding canal. An exciting byproduct of watching TV. Interesting. That's not the one I posted first. Country life vlog. Okay. Oh, interesting. Okay, hang on. Wood-fired chicken flavor explosion. Okay. I gotta see what this is all about. Nice. A lot of Riva. Nice. Hell yeah. Same format, but professional camera work. Fair. Also, anybody who's ever used a wheelbarrow knows her pain. Something that's just a little bit too high of a lip, and all of a sudden everything just comes flying out of it. Burb. Wheelbarrow, or as I like to call it, unexpected metal prong in the belly because you hit a rock. Yes. The funny thing is there are so many people here in the States that call it a wheelbarrow. But it's also not that far off from the truth either. Oh, yeah, holy garlic, right? Okay, there's a ladder. One of the most dangerous things known to man. Also, 90s memory, I want to see if you have, Shadow. Did your schools have those old-ass metal radiators? They're kind of corrugated, bulky, and you smashed your knee on one and it was the worst agony in the world? Yes. Yes. We had those. And they were awful. Okay, funny story. Really funny story. There was a kid, and his name was Jeff. And I can't remember the other kid's name, but Jeff really, really liked to smoke weed, and everybody knew he was, you know, if you wanted weed, you went to him. right? And it was the middle of winter, and it was my social studies class. Okay? And he decided, while the heater was going insane because it was so fucking cold outside, that he was going to put a bag of weed in the heater because somebody narked on him. It's 30 minutes long. Okay. Somebody narked on him and said that somebody in the classroom had weed, so they had the school safety officer come in and check everybody, and he kind of forgot about it, and we all got really fucking stoned because the heater burned through the bag and just started setting ablaze the weed. And we couldn't understand why we were laughing so hard. And then the next day, we all come in, and the teacher is fucking pissed. And that was, if I'm being honest, that was the last time I ever saw Jeff, because I think he ended up getting expelled because he completely forgot about the weed in the heater because he was so fucking high. Because he was sitting right next to it. Like, I don't even know how big the bag of weed was, but I remember feeling really good, and they had to send a letter home to all the students that were in that classroom, and they're like, here's the letter, it's in an envelope, don't tell your parents, don't tell your parents, don't open the letter, just hand it to your parents, they'll understand, and so on. I never knew what the letter actually said, right? But I remember my parents going, like, my dad was like, what the fuck? And then later on, when I was supposed to be asleep, I came downstairs and I went to go, like, grab something to drink or whatever and was just being really quiet about it. And then my parents were just laughing their asses off to think that here I am just sitting in a fucking classroom and I got stoned out of my mind. How old was I? This was 7th grade, so 13, maybe 14. This, by the way, is also the same middle school that I went to where we had this idiot, and his name was Mike. And Mike was a fucking absolute idiot and decided it would be a really, really fun idea to stick a paper clip in a 220-volt outlet. And it knocked all the power out in the room, and the paper clip went flying through somebody's bag and made a giant hole in it at light speed. And Mike's hand was completely black, and we didn't see him for like 6 weeks because he literally burned all the skin off his palm. That was really funny too, because he was sitting there screaming, and the teacher went over to him, and she's like, "What did you do?" And he's just sitting there and screaming, and she didn't see what had happened, and she just grabbed his hand as hard as possible and dragged him off to the principal's office, and he's just screaming the entire time. One time when I was 16 and stupid, I couldn't figure out how to roll a spliff, so I ate 3 grams of weed raw. Oh no! Bloop, what's going on, buddy? Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. You're not wrong. Not at all. People who play with electricity are complete idiots. It's true. If you're playing with electricity and you get amperage in your eye, that's your own damn fault. Someone told me you can't get high that way. Let me assure you, you very much can. Absolutely you can. I've seen it in high school. We had another kid, his name... I had a lot of fucking idiots that I went to school with. His name was Greg, and again, somebody narked on him that somebody in the classroom had weed, and the teacher went, okay, we're gonna have a safety officer come in, because apparently somebody has, like, you know, like an illegal substance on them or whatever, and the teacher turned their back, and we all knew who it was, and we watched as Greg ate the entire bag of weed as fast as fucking possible, and then we all just laughed our asses off for the rest of the day as he progressively got more and more high. It's always a Greg. It is always a Greg, isn't it? Or a Trevor. I don't remember us having any Trevors. But yeah. We might have, and maybe that Trevor did something dumb and it wouldn't surprise me. That's me, I'm a Trevor. Even in GTA 5, it's Trevor. That's true. That's me, I'm a Trevor. I love that. I predict in 2 years, this is going to be spoiled, and she's just gonna learn how to, like, make all these really amazing things and just start her own YouTube channel and just do exactly what these people are doing. And her flowers are going to be in the background and all that good stuff. I met a dog called Trevor the other day. I was so excited. I was like, Trevor buddies? Nice. When will Spoiled start streaming? I don't know. But I think she should be a YouTube creator, and she should just do this, and she'd be amazing at it. Was Michael the narc? I don't know. We never found out who the narc was. But Michael was also the same idiot who, in high school, my sophomore year of high school, he decided that he was going to be funny, and in chemistry class, he mixed a bunch of chemicals together and gassed himself, and we all had to be evacuated from that entire wing until the fire department could get there and they could clean it all out, and we stood outside for 2 fucking hours in the cold with no jackets. Not a fan of my name, but it's better than what we used to call Craig in my class. He was Egger, because he was a farter. Oh. We had a full riot at my school? Oh, dear God. That is a lot of chickens. See, this is why I say this is going to be spoiled. With all of her flowers and everything, and they're really nice, and they're all in full bloom, and she's just sitting there, and she's doing videos like this, not saying anything, she's just cooking. I could see it. I could totally see it. Bitch, I cook for no one. Spoiled, do you have a bird in the yard? Someone from a rival school gate crashed the party. So the next day, like 16 dudes showed up with weapons and an air rifle and started pot-shotting the windows. But our side knew it was going to happen, so people came in with barbed wire, wrapped golf clubs, and cricket bats and shit. Oh my god. Not yet. Waiting on the doggos to kick the bucket before I invite the burbs down here. That's fair. But you don't cook for anyone. You cook for the views. That's true, Alpa. Got her. Never. They even have an asshole turkey in their yard. And all morning they were doing shit, and the lunch bell went, and no word of a lie, my graphics teacher leapt on his chair and yelled, "Alright lads, kick their fucking arses." And the whole school charged out at them screaming. It became a war zone. They had to call the police riot vans. Oh my god. You can pretend to cook then order from Uber Eats. There you go. Ooh, stretchy kitty. Okay, so she's washing the rice. Makes sense. Cat butthole. Oh god. No, don't go kill the cow. Please don't go kill the cow. That's a very... No, that's an ominous camera okay. Huh. I'm gonna be on... No, okay, I'm still scared. My hand is on the BRB button. My tutor collared one of these other kids who had a knife. He dragged him by the scruff through a crowd of us and let them kick and punch him while going, "Huh, I don't see anything. The 90s in the UK were a thing." That's true. I'm assuming that's oil. What happened to the cow? I'm very concerned about the cow. I'm very, very concerned. Oh, thank God. Okay, cow is fine. Oh. Okay, he was just moving the cow. That's okay. We're safe. Thank God. I was very worried about that cow for a minute. You don't kill a cow with an axe. Listen. These people are out in the middle of fucking nowhere. You do what you gotta do. Okay, potatoes, onions, rice. Digging it so far. Salt. More salt. Cheese. Where's that butter? I don't know. I think that's butter. Yeah. And more oil. No, that's got to be water. That's not oil. There's no way she's using that much oil. Holy shit. I'm scared. I hate it every time he goes out into the field and they show the cow. Oh, those are nice looking peppers. Oh man, she's handling the eggplants. Mrs. Moo probably provides milk. She's safe. I hope so. Gripping the girthy aubergine, as it were. True. That's so many chickens. Okay, he's chopping wood. We're fine. Saved. Will the eggplants go inside the chicken? I don't know. Really zoomy doggo. Cow has reminded me I need a glass of chilled bovine secretions. Nice. I don't know. Good question. It was? Okay. Oh, so she's just... Okay, she's cooking the peppers and eggplants separately. Okay, guys, I know I'm pausing this and I'm sorry. Hang on, hang on, hang on. This is what is known as not a war crime. This is also called a Dutch oven. More doggos. It's actually a really nice house. Once almost caused a breakup with one of those, if you know what I... Oh, no. And I'm the one who gets yelled at for being a war criminal, by the way, even though I've literally never done it. See? No, not allegedly never done it. I've never done it. Ever. My internet literally dropped at that Dutch oven mention. You don't truly know someone until you've given them the old mustard gas. Yeah, and then receive an ass beating. Oh, now the egg... Oh, boy. Now the eggplants are wrinkly. How do you know how they turn out? Because my buddy Dave did it to his girlfriend while they were cuddling together in my buddy Rob's bed, and we were all watching a movie, and then after he finally lifted the cover and we stopped laughing, she proceeded to beat the shit out of him for about 15 minutes. It was much worse. She saved one up. I exited the bathroom, walked 2 feet, and collapsed. I almost called a hazmat team. Oh. Oh, this is the stuff that she was... Okay, yeah. With all the butter. I'd never do it to my girlfriend, to any girlfriend. What are you kidding? Holy shit. I don't want my ass to have the shit beaten out of it. I was distracted, and now I don't know if I should have turned back in on that note. It's fine. What the fuck are we talking about? She has a Dutch oven. But you also know what the other type of Dutch oven is. And they're talking about war crimes, and that's fine. But now they're saying that I've done it when I have never done it. It's a minor atrocity at best. Garlic, parsley, cutting up really wrinkly tomatoes. And that looks awful, if I'm being honest, but oh god. Okay. Alright. I think we've killed the veggies. But I'm also not a fan of eggplant at all. Eggplant salad, and it's fucking delicious. I'm just not a fan of eggplant. I never have been. I mean, I'm sure it tastes fine. I've never been an eggplant fan, ever. That's so much chicken. That chicken does look really good, though. Holy crap. Nice and crispy skin. Also in love with this lean beef patty. Oh, boy. I don't like that she added dills to it. I don't know, maybe it adds a little bit more flavoring. I don't know. I've never had it. I want to see... Oh, okay. Were we going to get the onions in there too? Or... And the potatoes? Oh, there we go. That looks good. Oh, yeah. You're going to be here when you grow up? Well, okay, I'm definitely going to look at it then. Oh, you're gonna be her. Gotcha. Oh, that potato and rice looks really, really, really good. That looks really good, actually. Wow, he just fucking... Okay, yeah, we're just cavemaning the chicken. Okay. See, that looks awesome. Hang on, let me go back. This right here looks amazing. Just having dinner outside like this looks fantastic. That is so cool. Yeah, I'm definitely subscribing to them. Absolutely. I love stuff like this. Here's the video again. I'll link it so that you guys can absolutely go like the video and subscribe. I'm doing both. And let me see what this short is. What in the shit? Are you talking about you're gonna be a muscle mommy? I'm very confused. She is so awesome. The lean beef patty. Actually, why do I know that name? Hang on. Oh, okay. Wait, so why was she wearing the pig mask? I don't understand. I know who Lean Beef Patty is. I don't understand why she was doing that. But okay. I caught one of her videos because her emu is an asshole and always tries to peck the camera. Yes. Yeah. Then I discovered her farm content. Yep. Yeah, Lean Beef Patty has a lot of stuff. Then I discovered her lift. Oh, yeah. Yeah, she be strong. She be very, very strong, for sure. Like, look at her back in that clip. That's insane. Yeah, she's insane when it comes to lifting and stuff. Oh, it is. I mean, she's fantastic. 100%. And unless she flexes, you'd never know. The only way you can really, really tell if she doesn't flex and it's really funny, and I know this is going to sound really stupid, is her thighs, which are the size of tree trunks. But you can tell she's fit as hell. So, yeah, I completely understand. Absolutely. Not the thing Bloop said, but I understand what you mean. I'm not saying they aren't, but you can definitely tell she works out. You can absolutely tell she works out through that, for sure. Totally gonna do this starting in August? Fuck yeah. You should totally go for it. 1,000,000%. Okay, is there anything else that I am watching before we get in a couple hours of Dune? Or are we done? And then tomorrow we'll go full bore with Dune again. Anything else? Yes? No? Okay, looks like we're done. Got it. Cool. Let me change the thing. There we go. Here. Yes. Okay, good. No, don't save that. Okay, good. Here we go. This is like a weekly thing? Well, so everything kind of hit all at the same time, basically. So Joe's new video came out. Wilderness Cooking's video came out. We had the update on the end of Diddy's trial. We had all the pirate software shit that's been going on that we had to get through so that everything was on the table. Like, it was just a perfect storm of literally everything. Anything new about Diddy? Yes, the trial ended, and it's supposedly going to jury starting Monday, for jury deliberation. The way it looks, assuming everybody is of sound mind and judgment, he's going to prison for life. That's basically what it is. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with that whatsoever. Because his lawyer was like trying to make a mockery of everything during their what do you call it? Like their final comments and stuff. He was trying to make a mockery of it all, and the prosecutors basically came out and fucking let him have it, which good on them. Well, no, he was making fun, like his attorney was more so making fun of like the reasons why people came forward and shit, and it was really, really weird. But I think it was like he was just trying to like downplay the seriousness of it all. I think that's what was happening, and it really fell flat. And even the judge said that the defense attorney, before prosecution could do anything, even the judge said that the defense attorney misrepresented that the federal government had any sway whatsoever in terms of prosecution. So the jury was actually excused for that entire part, and the judge kind of let the defense attorney have it. That's not what I wanted. His attorney might have just ruined his career? Probably. In all honesty, probably. Like, it was really, really shitty of him, and I understand it's his job to do that, but yeah, it was a real shitty thing. Okay. We got one more iron. I'll put this stuff in. We got ourselves 2 hours. I should be able to head over and get more, what do you call it? I can't remember off the top. Oh, fuck, I put it in the wrong thing. You know what I mean, Alpha. The stuff. Because I need a lot more of it to make steel. Carbon. That's what I was thinking. There we go. Okay, well, it's nighttime, so I'm fucking waiting. Fuck that noise. We'll wait until after. But what I can do is I can see what exactly I need for the buggy. While we wait. So I need... That's sand bike chassis. Sand bike, oh, I'm on the wrong thing. There we go. So I need cobalt paste. Okay. I think if we're lucky, we're only going to be able to make one thing. I haven't even seen any dungeons over in that contested area yet. So I still need to find cobalt paste. Okay. So yeah, this is... one part is basically going to completely wipe me out. So here's what I can do. Because we only have 47 iron... Well, no, we have 47 steel. Not even iron. 47 steel ingots, but that means I'm going to need a fuck ton more iron, I think. Because I don't know how much I have currently. No, that's the wrong thing. I've got 47 steel. But I have 521 iron, so I think we should be okay on iron for now. It's just turning it into steel. Right? Let me just check that. Hang on. Or do I need, like, unrefined? I need iron ore. Motherfucker. Okay. Alright, well, we're here. I can get iron ore before the starter car come. Not a big deal. But somebody already took it because they're a big can of smashed assholes. Good job. Oh, no, it's over here. Okay. Wow, some shit did move around. Interesting. It's actually the first time I've ever seen shit move that drastically. Okay. And then I know there's stuff over here, and I should be able to get it before the starter car decide to come and fuck me up. Hopefully. Might as well grab the copper. Okay, iron ore. I don't think there's going to be anything else over here, but... Oh, no, there is. There's one. All right. Shit. Okay, time to go. You got your assault opter? How is it? Okay. Put the iron ore in the ore box. Nice. And more of those. Actually, speaking of which, I need to check and see what the time is left. 833 hours. We're good there. It's showing what I need to pay? Not yet. Okay, fair enough. Big and unagile. I could see that. Open door, please. Thank you. Okay, nothing over here. That's granite. That's copper, though. There we are. Nice. Anything over here? Sometimes there is. No, that's granite. Oh, take that, though. More salvage metal. Fair. Hello? There we go. Actually, turn this off while I'm not using it. What? Oh, God. Hang on. Idiot. Here, more blood. Extract water. Okay. First off, lady, go fuck yourself. Second, stop throwing shit at my house. It's my goddamn house. Oh, the other guy's dead down here. Gotcha. Nice. Come on. Thank you. Here, here, here. Good. Not that one. Oh. Yeah. Good. I think everything else is good. Cool. Sun should be coming up. Let's do this. And deposit more blood. Extract more water. So that I'm full up. That's the wrong thing. Well, no. There. Yes. Oh, no. Sardakar's coming around one more time. God damn it. Morning should be coming up any time now. Especially now that this is the second time the Sardaukar are making a pass. Oh, wait a minute. Wait. Hang on. While we're waiting. Repair. That's what it was that was fucked. Okay. I think I actually might have a boost that isn't screwed. I do not. I thought I did. Inventory. Okay. Inventory Mark II. Damn it. Okay. No biggie. It's only halfway fucked, so it shouldn't be too bad. Oop. Wrong thing. There. Much better. No, not much better. It's not what I wanted. Where is it? That's what I wanted. There we go. What's that? Okay, we got worm sighting there. The other thing I really want to do, and I saw it before, is I want to make a still tent. Because those are awesome. Ooh, also I got shit to spend. What do you think, Alpa? What should I spend it on? Should I go for the medium ore refinery? I will need cobalt paste, but... which I still don't have. Okay. So go for that. I do still need cobalt paste, though. Heal kit Mark IV. What else should I go for? And the cutter ray. Here we go. That's 20. I've only got 15, so I can't do the cutter ray just yet. So I guess I'll be holding off on that for the time being. And it's daytime. Perfect. Maybe. There we go. Please close, thank you. Okay. So I need carbon, but I also need cobalt paste, and I don't... I'm gonna have to search Haga Rift and see if I can find a dungeon or something where I can get some fucking cobalt paste, because I don't even know where the hell to get that right now. I need red. Interesting. Okay. I haven't seen any red. But hopefully we can find some. That'd be awesome. Deep inside the Rift Canyon. Okay. Fair enough. Oh, almost hit the copper. That would have sucked a fat, high, hard one. Check something here really, really quick. Okay. I just want to know what my bearings are in case a fucking sandstorm comes up, so I can get to a place quick, you know? Oh, it's a Thopter. We're fine. Okay, got that one. I'm not too worried about copper right now. I'm more worried about carbon, because I desperately need carbon for, like, everything. Okay, possibly stupid question. If I go into that rift, will I be protected from storms? Yes, okay. Cool. Yep, says I'm enclosed. That's pretty Question is, where the hell do I go now? One more level down, fair. Oh, that's a big drop. Sweet shit. So how the hell do... Whoa, 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 whoa. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Oh, that's a light. Never mind. I thought it was a red crystal. It's not. Yeah, I'm trying to be careful as to where I'm going, because that could thoroughly suck. There are tunnels that connect the levels. Okay. Well, I think the good news is I might have found a good way down, hopefully. Or you can follow that entrance ramp. Yeah, I just kept going and went, okay, you know, I mean, it's down. So that can't be all that bad, right? Okay, well that didn't sound good. Pick that up. Just in case. Wait, what? Oh, I mean, I guess that makes sense, kinda. I am gonna get so fucking lost trying to figure out how to get out of here. I want to see what that area is. With that ramp. Myth, how you doing? How are the things? So tired, everything hurts. Oh, well, that's not good. I'm sorry to hear that. Walk the entirety of an HEB 4 times? Sweet Jeebus, why? Why would you do that to yourself? That didn't sound good. Kept having to go on fetch quests for friends, and then would lose them. Oh no. That's no bueno. Not much fun for little Harpo. Mm-hmm. Oh! I saw a thing last night. And now I really, really, really want to try it. Because I've had limonada before. and I love limonada, but I really want to try agua de pepino. That looks really, really good.
Someone's here.
It looks really, really good, so I definitely want to try it. Spice food. Erythrite crystal? Is that what makes cobalt paste? So it's cucumbers, sugar, ice, and water. And the cucumbers are blended. And then you take limes and you add it in as well. So instead of like limonada where you can add cucumbers in, it's the other way around. Look for nodes. Oh yeah, definitely. But I was like, damn, that sounds amazing. I want to try some of that. Oh, okay. Gotcha. That's what I'm looking for. Perfect. Wow, that one took quite a bit, actually. Holy shit. And now I am lay stuck. Okay, there we go. Not a sniper? Come on. There we go. Nice. So those are the things that I need. I need the pink/red ones. And oh boy. Come on. There we go. Jesus, bro. Oh shit, that's a poison thing. Yep. Okay, getting this shit, kind of dangerous. Come on, there we go. Oh, why you do things? Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm getting that one. What was that? A ray amplifier, huh? That one I should be able to get, though. Yeah, yeah. I need that stuff for a new cut array. Nah, I can't get it from here. Damn it! That's okay. Not enough power. Motherfucker. Damn, they don't make this one easy, do they? They really don't make that one easy. Like, at all. How's my inventory look? We're getting close. I could probably get, like, maybe one more thing of carbon, and that'd be about it. But, to be fair, it was a pretty decent haul. I just wish the connection stuff was better. That's going more down, which I don't want to do right now. Ooh. I am lost. Yep, I am lost. Okay, so if I go back this way... Jesus! Yeah, here we go. This is what I think I want. I do like the music in this, though. This area is awesome for music. I'm just trying to get out of here. That's all I want to do at this point. I was actually kind of hoping that the connection would be a little bit more stable to the server, but unfortunately Nitrado is still having issues with that, which is a massive bummer. There's more carbon, though. Yeah, they really gotta unfuck their shit with... Not the game, but Nitrado's gotta unfuck their shit, like, severely. Because I think they had, at least with this server anyway, they had, I want to say they initially had like 65 people, and then they cut it down to 40 through the private server. Because I think that they were getting too many connectivity issues, but even then, I mean, unless I'm standing still and not doing anything, there's not much good to say about the connectivity. And it's not their fault. It's definitely Nitrado's. Been having really interesting dreams. I can make some adjustments to them and write sci-fi novels out of the idea from them. You totally should. You totally should. That'd be awesome. Okay, there is a sandstorm coming in. So it looks like we'll be waiting out the storm basically right here. There we go. Whoa. Yeah, that thing's coming in way too fast. There's no way I'd beat that.
Weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Okay, how... yeah, it's kind of big. Recommend you take inventory module for the bike. It will triple your carry capacity for those runs. Yeah, if I'm going to be down here for a while, that's definitely a good idea, for sure. I agree. Especially considering I have to come all the way down here for a lot of this shit now. That absolutely makes more sense. Oh, good, and I also know right where I am, too. That makes it even better. Yeah, this is why I'm so cautious when I'm crossing the sand. It's not because, like, of the worm, but my biggest fear is that I'm going to come across the worm while I'm doing this, and all of a sudden my connection's going to take a shit. And then what am I supposed to do? Interested in watching anime with me? I must fly, have fun, don't let the worm get you down. I will try not to, Myth. Have yourself a great night. Both of you. Good seeing you. Always love and appreciate you being here. And we will see you next time. Well, I'm already committed. So even if there is a worm coming, I can't stop. Be la kaifa. True. Okay, should be good. Yay! Successful. Close that. Okay. So... Shit. What are we doing today? We just came back and we got some erythrite crystal and carbon. Do I need the medium refinery for the erythrite crystal for cobalt paste? No, because it needs cobalt paste. I can use the small one. How do I use the small one? Chemical. Okay. Chemical refinery. Gotcha. Gotcha. Small chemical. That I do have. Yay! Cobalt paste. All of it. It's only 27, but it's better than what I had, which was nothing. And while that's doing that, I can turn around and I can make steel. Good. Ray amplifier. Industrial production of bulk ores still commonly relies on drilling, but for mining more delicate materials such as crystals, the sophisticated cut array is worth the investment. This type of equipment was used extensively to mine large parts of the Haga Rift. Really? You need the medium refinery for aluminum and up later. Fair. Totally fair. Rip water. I'm not really worried about the water. Yeah. I'm still fine with water. Yeah, no. I don't plan on sleeping on it. That's for damn sure. I only went down 6,000, which isn't horrible. Put the spice beer in there too. And I collected more blood, so I can put that in. There we go. You'll need a lot for the Mark V Thopters. Oh, that I don't doubt. But thankfully, I've got the total capacity of 41,000, so... And I just tried to blow myself up because I hit the wrong fucking button. I have a feeling my base is dried up and I will need to get more cells soon. Every time I find cells, I always take them. So I've got an extra... I don't even know how many. Is it in here? No. But I do have to put them away. So I've got an extra 562 just sitting around waiting currently. And it looks like the generators take from the inventory, or at least it reads it from the inventory. So currently I have 870 hours in total. So yeah. Omnidirectional turbines. I haven't, you know what? I haven't even made a water trap yet. Or a wind trap, not water, but wind trap. That's a cistern. Wind trap. What do I need? Silicone, steel, and calibrated servox. I still need to find those. Shit. Shit. Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna put it on the radio for the time being, because I desperately need to pee. Give me a minute, I'll be back. Okay, eye is back. So much better. Omnidirectional turbines generate energy. You need to put lube in them, but they are more efficient than generators. Really? No shit. So the best thing to do would definitely be to, like, upgrade to an omnidirectional turbine. I'm not a... No, I am not a clone. I'm not... God damn it. Your whole base is powered by lube. You live in Diddy's house? I'm not a clone. Okay. Go in here, dump this off, dump this off, dump this off. Good. Check low-grade lubricant. I did see a thing for that. Silicone blocks and fuel cells. That's not bad.
Playhouse production of 5 Days at Carthage. Brought to you by the generous patronage of the Padishah Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and Leisure Committee. And
that's your fuel? Fair enough.
To dim the lights and return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 2 of 5 Days at Carthage.
On medium refinery, it only uses one fuel cell? Holy shit. Wow.
The Imperial Scenarist Guild has been provided unfettered access to the sealed records and testimonies of those who survived the Carthage incident. The following dramatization represents the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial Chamber Court and Aulic Council.
So let us journey then to the burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a far-flung corner of the known universe. The year...
Long-range engagements fires darts capable of poisoning targets, which I don't have that yet.
House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. We join our story in the bleak hills of the Simpo Uplands, a barren and windswept place, devoid of any life. Devoid...
Okay, now I can get the cutter ray.
Carefully negotiating the
well, research it anyway. There we go.
The locals say these hills are
and I need aluminum? Fuck.
There are no locals. Not anymore.
That half-blind fortune teller in Arson said these
don't need a special dart for it? Well, that's good.
She called them Jinn.
The bigger question is, how the hell a half-blind fortune teller in Arson knew to talk about these hills at all? Did we not agree to keep quiet about coming here?
Oops, wait.
Restricted sector. Sardaukar kill on sight if they find you.
I didn't say we were coming. I asked if it was haunted. Chingo and Max were saying it was, and I don't want any part of any ghosts or jinns or whatever.
So, what'd your half-blind fortune teller say?
He told us an old grabbing tale about the jinn. Angry spirits, born when someone dies suddenly and violently, without knowing the how or why of it. Sorry, Stisk.
I can make the treads for the buggy. I can do 4 treads.
Contact. Get ready. Around the next bend on my mark. Go!
And I could do the hull and the chassis.
Hold up! Hold up!
What? What is it?
I didn't know what it was, but I got some on my boots.
I got it in my mouth.
Looks like it could have been a kit fox. Here's a bit of tail.
Boss, if anyone else is in this sector, that was very loud.
I guess I'll do the hull and the chassis now.
I'm told this is a restricted sector. The Sardaukar kill on sight.
This one's got a sense of humor. Let's kill her.
Ha! You can try.
Time to move.
We're here for an old family heirloom. A necklace I left in the care of my sister.
Didn't mark you as the sentimental type.
Sentimental got nothing to do with it. What's mine is mine. As long as my toad of a mother didn't find it and trade it for a pinch of spice.
Yeah.
What makes you think it isn't a hardened pile of scrap with the rest of the place?
I think I have a storage already for the bike.
That's what we're here to find out.
I'm gonna have to check. I'm gonna put these in storage first.
What is this stuff?
Regular old sand. Heated to 5,500 degrees.
Who did this?
Surprised you don't know. Your honorable Duke was in the thick of it.
It was before
inventory.
she arrived
Yep.
on Arrakis, and not a story either side wishes to tell.
What story, Val?
Simpo was a Harkonnen village, even after Shaddam took Arrakis from us.
He means the village elders were bought and paid for.
Anyway, it seems the town water system had a crack in it, or a deficiency of some kind. But no matter how many times the village petitioned us for help, they were met with typical Harkonnen indifference. Granted, we had a war of assassins to wage.
There we go.
Other priorities. But that didn't sit
Put a
so
big ass buggy in a tiny box. Fuck yes.
Dying of thirst makes you cranky. Go figure.
So let me guess. They went behind your backs to the Atreides.
Yeah, you got a smart one here, Val. Don't screw it up.
Of course. That clever bastard Dufir Hawat immediately saw both the strategic and propagandic value in turning a Harkonnen stronghold. Duke Leto tasked his best men with the job.
You know, I don't think propagandic is a word, you big ox.
What did the Harks do?
Harkonnen loyalists within the town began a campaign of sabotage to discredit the Atreides and undermine the sister project.
Typical Harkonnen treachery.
A superficial investigation uncovered the
Yeah.
treachery.
All right.
But the Atreides engineers couldn't prove their innocence and were ultimately arrested.
I'm sure that didn't sit well with the Duke.
The Atreides acted quickly and decisively, deploying a full garrison to free their engineers and install the younger upstart villagers as the new town leadership.
I'm sure that fat slig of a Baron loved to hear that.
He did not.
No, not there.
Spread too thin to do much about it. Even when the new town leadership formalized their fealty to House Atreides.
Good for them. Sorry, though, but your old crew were a band of snakes.
You must never be sorry for observing the truth. But
There
at
we
the
go.
same time, snakes are at their most
Leap, leap, passive,
The Baron grew tired
passive,
of losing ground to the
and leap.
Atreides.
Fuck.
Dispatched the biggest snake
All
of
right.
all to fix his nephew's problems.
Peter DeVries, the Lord High Snake himself.
Upon returning to Arrakis, Peter DeVries' first order of business was to organize the destruction of Simpo, as a warning and message to those who contemplated disloyalty. A massive host of Harkonnen house troops arrived in the dead of night to encompass the town. Outnumbered and surrounded, it was all the Atreides could do to fall back and await reinforcements.
God, it's so much easier being able to scroll.
Out the young villagers who collaborated with the Atreides. My sister Sigrid among them.
Oh, it is a leap. Okay.
You didn't, kid, but
Well,
I
no,
know
because I have a planer. Fuck.
I hold it against every other living and breathing Harkonnen and anyone who serves them.
That still doesn't explain
Right?
the melted sand.
When the sun rose the next morning,
No, I have a
Atreides
leap.
emerged from
Okay.
the bunker to find the Harkonnens were
Nice.
gone. Their relief was short-lived, though, when fire began to rain from the sky.
The Baron kept a stockpile of ancient siege artillery from the old Empire.
And did this?
The Atreides force and most of the town were incinerated in their beds. Just in time for a massive Coriolis storm to come along and blow away anything left behind.
Sorry.
Oh, okay, never mind. I have more than enough bandages.
But I think we're being followed.
We are. For the last 2 clicks or so. Keep going, we're almost there.
Almost where?
The rubble pile that used to be my home. This way.
Do I have any... No.
There it is.
Okay.
Not much to look at.
Put all the blood
topside.
back in there. We're good there.
Cover me.
A trap door.
Guess I was born a smuggler. Pull it shut behind you.
Damn. It's all scorched and melted.
I was worried about that. The heat from the bombardment must have cooked this place like an oven.
So we came all this way for nothing.
Not for
Yeah, see, even now, my connection isn't even the best. Just standing here doing nothing.
We're in business.
Which really stinks.
Huh. What kind of necklace is that?
Shit. I thought we'd have more time.
What's the plan here, boss?
Actually, while I'm waiting...
As always, kill them before they kill us.
What's waiting for us up there, Stisk?
Probably half the scabs in the Haga Basin.
Oof, that's a lot of scabbies.
How are we on ammo? We don't have far to go.
We don't?
Trust me, we'll be back in Carthage before sundown. First round's on me. On 3, you're gonna put a full burst through the hatch.
And then?
We run like hell.
That's not a plan.
3, 2, shoot! Go, go, go!
Okay. Rest of that is good.
Multiple contacts! All around us!
Weapons hot! With me!
Reloading!
Reloading! Head for that ruined house!
Oh, shit exploded.
By the way, boss, Carthag's been dry for months. Beast Rabin has ordered a total prohibition on alcohol.
I know! He's a real bastard!
Then what are we drinking when we get there?
Oh, ye of little faith! On three, we grenade and move! 3, 2, grenades out! Yeah! Almost there!
Where?
Box Canyon! Just down this grade!
A box canyon? That doesn't sound good.
Go, go, go! Keep going!
Come on. There we go.
The end of what? The dead end? Where?
Jesus.
Oh, shit. The canyon wall is fading. It's
A Solido hologram. That's a big door.
Locked.
Lucky we have the key.
Haha. Your sentimental family heirloom.
It is now. Inside, quick!
Closing door! What now? There's got to be hundreds of them out there.
Trying to get in here.
We ride home in style.
And if I remember correctly, the worm sticks around when the spice blooms.
Gunship.
Can you fly it?
Does a worm shit in the sand?
Mount up.
You know this is overkill for a bunch of scabs.
The gunship isn't
It doesn't? Oh, shit. Okay.
Shy Halud. That's a lot of booze.
Stisk, you crafty devil.
Told you, Val. First round's on me.
Yeah, shipwreck. Yep.
Buckle in. Next stop, Carthage.
Can I? Has hatches I need to cut. Make sure the shield's off. Yeah. That's a bit of a ways, too, isn't it? Yeah, no, fuck that. Nope. Yeah. Yep. Yep, fuck that. Ship's gone. I'm assuming you gotta be, like, on it. Basically when the thing crashes. They stay maybe 5 minutes, yeah. Yeah, so you definitely got to be, like, right there. Which makes sense. That definitely makes sense. Because the worm would definitely show up for a big vibration like that. I don't like taking this route, but I don't know if I have much of a choice right now because of the Sardaukar patrols. What the fuck? That's... You know what? I don't even want to know. I don't even want to know.
This is Dune Man Keith Villari, reminding you to ground yourself and your equipment when a sandstorm is reported. My crew kept working through the first and second warnings until static electricity shorted out our transmitter. As a result, we missed the warning, telling us the storm was bedding down on our position. Aye, many widows were made that day. Be profitable, be safe.
Okay, well, the good news is I am enclosed, which I really like. Nice. Oh shit, somebody's got a base down here? Damn, dude. Damn. That's actually kind of cool. I didn't realize you could put a base down here. But, hey, good on them. I mean, I kind of guess why wouldn't you be able to? You can put a base basically anywhere, so it makes sense. Nope, gimme. Why is it... Okay. Three advanced sub-thief consoles, so 3 big bases? Oh, shit. Okay. Fair enough. Listen, guys, I'm just here for carbon and fucking cobalt. That's it. I don't want no trouble. That, and I also don't know this area, so I'm trying to be, like, uber fucking careful riding around on a bike like this. Because I could easily see me fucking it up hard.
Secrets and lies run deep in the crew of a legendary spice harvester. It seems there is more to fear on the dunes than monstrous worms and deadly storms. Sometimes, death comes in the guise of those you trust the most. Join us on our continued search for the truth behind the disappearance of Chief Jarek Thorne. It's Death on the Titan, Episode 2, Web of Fear.
Crew Chief Jarek Thorne died under questionable circumstances, following a heated argument with deckhand Rico Marr. And while searching Rico's locker, Captain Noah discovered a coded message from Atreides intelligence addressed to the dead crew chief. I started the day by reviewing the recording of Captain Noah's initial interrogation of Rico Marr.
Interesting.
Rico, now why don't you come clean? We found the Mimic film in your locker. How did it get there?
Oh.
Look, you can tell me, or you can wait until whatever hatchet man the Spice Miners Guild is sending. And you know what his job is gonna be.
Solve Chief Thorne's murder.
No, you idiot. Chief Thorne's death is the least of it. The man the guild sends is here to get the spice flowing again. And that won't happen until the crew settles.
It won't?
No, unfortunately for you. Chief Thorne was well liked, and the crew's out for blood. I suppose the easiest thing for me to do would be to hand you over. But the crew will tear you apart, throw the pieces overboard.
I don't know anything about any Mimic film or anything like that. Someone must have planted it.
I need more from you, Rico. How did you know about the message?
Fuck.
And who ordered you to steal it?
That sucks.
No.
I forgot about that completely.
Stupid message. Yes, Thorne and I fought. That doesn't mean I killed him.
Rico was adamant that he spent the night of Thorne's murder alone, in his bunk. That is, until a witness came forward saying otherwise.
Sorry, Captain, I didn't remember it first, but I did see Rico that night.
You saw him? Where?
Slipping into the sugar wire hut.
Okay, I was there. I saw the message come in and I took it, but I didn't kill Thorne.
It was at this point I arrived on the site and witnessed the following.
Why did you take the message?
I thought it might give me some dirt on Thorne. Something I could use against him. He was threatening to ruin my life.
Give me your hand, Rico. Sir? Your hand, son. Place it flat on the table.
Like this.
Ah! That knife is clear through your hand. And if you ever want to have relations with it again, it's time to start talking. Or I could just twist.
No further application of pressure was necessary, as Rico Marr
It
was her all along. She knew Thorn was getting those messages. She wanted to expose him, get him kicked out. It was all her idea.
Tessa Lim, the engineer. My investigation into Tessa Lim took me to the operator of the Sugar Wire Shack during Thorn's rotation.
Conflict? You could say there was conflict between Thorn and Tessa. We couldn't decide if they hated each other or had some secret, twisted thing going on when no one was looking. Guess hate won out in the end.
What was the source of conflict between Thorn and Tessa?
Everything. From resource allocation to safety protocol. She was never happy with a single decision he made.
What about the encrypted messages?
Thorn received a few of them over the past months. I never decoded them. Thorn handled that himself.
One by one,
Okay. Ooh, wait, hang on.
began to fall into place.
Oh yeah, I still got
Tessa
plenty.
Lim had a combative relationship with her crew chief and wanted him out of the way. But I knew there had to be more to it. And to discover what that was, I would have to go to the source. Thank you for cooperating, Tessa.
Oh, what choice do I have?
No. Tell me about Thorn.
Thorn was a special case of incompetent. The dangerous kind. In spite of what you think, it wasn't personal. His bad decisions put our lives at risk.
He was well regarded by the crew.
Big whoop. So he was popular. Doesn't mean he was good at his job.
How does Rico fit into it?
I never told Rico to steal anything. But I knew Thorn was receiving those messages on the download. And when Rico came back with the safe busted in, maybe I put the idea in his head. But if anyone needs to be investigated here, it's Lena Orlov. I think Thorn has something to do.
Interesting. I've heard from others that you and Thorn had something going on.
Don't make me throw up.
Tell me about Orlov.
To start with, Rico sleeps in a bunk. Thorn has a cabin with a door.
So?
So, unless Orlov was, how did she know that Rico was in Thorn's quarters that night? She must have been there, right? Inside Thorn's cabin. How else could she have such intimate knowledge of his thoughts and plans?
The accusations were flying fast and loose, and tensions were running high. As I wrapped up the interview with Tessa, she dropped another bombshell.
And if Rico was supposed to be in the Sugar Wire Shack alone that night, where was Jeb, our trusted operator?
The mystery deepens on the Sand Titan as the web of deception grows. What is the truth about the relationship between Thorn and his shift supervisor? And what was Sugar Wire operator Jeb really up to at the time of the murder? The truth is out there, dear listener, buried in the sands of fate. Join us again next time as we uncover more secrets and lies on Death on the Titan.
Come on, hurry up. Fucking really? I guess I'll take all that shit. Yeah, I can't get that one. That sucks. Can get that one, though. Okay, let's get the fuck out. Look for more carbon. Only because I've got like 20 minutes, roughly. So get whatever carbon I can and then get the fuck out of here. And then I'll call it there for the night. Just to be on the safe side.
Sector weather alert. A large sandstorm is approaching.
Yeah, I know. But I'm down here, so it's fine. You know, assuming I can make it out without getting turned into fucking paste. Because the connection down here sucks. Jesus.
This is Harvester Radio, the voice of the Spice Miners Guild, broadcasting from Heatherstone Depository at frequency 732.4 on your local Communinet dial.
Yeah, see, this is the shit I'm afraid of. I'm afraid of, like, just eating shit trying to navigate this. Or, like, I'm caught out in the middle of the fucking desert and a worm hits and then I can't get the fuck out. Because, for whatever reason, the connection is all over the place. Because that would suck. Got tea and back. Well, welcome back. Yeah, everything else looks good. Check the weather. Weather looks good. Yep. Yeah. I think I came up through this way, maybe? How good of a Fremen would Morgan Freeman make? Oh, God. There we go. And that was the last time I saw Paul Atreides. Oh, damn. Nice. Lots of carbon here.
It's the Grabbing Tang, presented by the Imperial Secret Guild and Linder and Gold Coffee. Wake up with Linder and Gold. We put the spice in it for you.
The fuck channel did this just turn into?
The Grabbing Gang was recorded before a live studio audience.
Another day. And there goes Frank flying by. Hello.
Hey there, neighbor! How do you like my new shelter? I built it myself!
Oi, you okay, Frank?
Just a flesh wound.
Yeah, not to worry, love. He missed our property entirely. Oh, there you are. Morning, sunshine.
Grabbing life isn't for the faint of heart, but at least we keep it interesting.
Now, if I can just get this old water recycler working, who in the right mind would make it like... Oh, come on. Oh, fantastic. Oh, the screws are made out of Swiss cheese now. That's quality work here. Lovely. Oh, oh, you... Casey, son of a nightmare.
Just that thing's older than your jokes. Give it up already.
No. Don't you listen to her, Betty.
Who's Betty?
What? The water recycler, of course.
At least we know who we're burying when she conks out for the last time.
Yeah, right. Yeah, almost got it. She just needs a little coaxing.
Alright.
Start perfect.
I'll get the hell out of here.
See, Betty. Gone, but not forgotten. Maybe you should get Frank to help.
Do you remember the last time we got Frank to help? You were visiting your sister in Araki, and Depot 12 got popped with that surprise inspection, yeah? Well, you don't remember? The main said my...
Yeah, I'll grab this one up here and then I'll start making my way back.
Remember, you were kinda shaggy, Dove.
I had no choice. I needed it cut.
And I told you to wait until I got home. I don't know why you would ever go to Frank.
I look like a bloody arguing him for weeks, love.
Mom, Dad, can you guys keep it down? I'm trying to hear my Communinet shows. Hey, Julie, hun. Maybe you can do that.
Definitely got a big haul of carbon this time.
For one sign.
You know, sandworm activity's up 9,000% since that bastard Zantara took out the shield wall.
How did Zantara take out the shield wall in one day, and it took you 6 months to build a shed?
Don't you compare me to that outlaw.
No, trust me. I've seen his holo. You don't compare at all.
Now, that's seditious talk, that is. He's an enemy of the Imperium.
Oh, that sounds like a good game for frisky time. Enemy of the Imperium. Ew, you two are gross.
What? You're gross. What? Have you seen her bedroom? Or, and I dare you, have you smelled it?
Speaking of which, where's your mother? teaching this thing some manners?
It's a sandworm, not straight-backed.
Oh, well, that one had spunk. I like it. Why do we have to live with the worms? I can take anything, Arrakis, but enough with the worms already.
You heard what the science man said about our gravity, yeah? To the worms, we're like a highway through the rock. But he also said they come through so fast, they don't even notice us.
We should charge them a toll. 5 Solari per trip.
Then we could finally get a new ground car. Hey?
And I wouldn't have to run so fast between rock islands. Speaking of which...
God, I know that feeling. Holy shit. Having to run fast between rock islands.
So big news from Guild Authority. They're sending a new security inspector to check on Depot 12.
Or another one. Well, didn't we have a security inspection last month?
We did, but that one needed some time off after his visit.
Time off? Must be nice.
I'm not sure how nice it is. The Guild Medicant gave him 3 weeks in a tranquility pod.
Tranquility pod? Isn't that where they put the crazies?
Sounds perfect for you two.
Okay. Almost home.
Your sister and Winsay.
Anyhow, this new inspector is supposed to be a real hard-nose. Name's Inspector Rix. Ooh, I knew a Rix once.
He had a big one. What? That's disgusting, Mum.
Oh, you know what I mean, right?
Yes, Mother, we all know.
It rhymes with Rix.
We get it, Mum.
Face it, Dove. Depot 12 isn't exactly known for having the tightest
Yay!
security system.
Now, don't talk about old Gus that way.
Successful.
Who's old Gus?
That's not what I wanted.
Our security system. And he is just fine as long as he, doesn't drink hot Coulon milk.
What happens when he drinks hot Coulon milk?
The same thing that happens to anyone who drinks hot Coulon milk.
He locks himself in the toilet for 30 minutes?
No, he falls asleep, of course.
That's much better. Depot 12 had 3 sensors in the last quarter, Dove. The spice
Okay.
is going to shut us down.
Here.
Not if I can help it. Me and Frank are going to come up with a plan to make Depot 12 the most
Go get more.
depot on Arrakis.
Nice.
Relax, Dove. I've got us covered. Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of.
Hey, don't knock until you hear the plan, buddy boy. I rigged together a special security apparatus.
Frank, my dear, you are still picking bits of your last apparatus.
There we
on
go.
your arse.
Nice.
Don't remind me.
That was a good haul. That was a really good haul.
This one is foolproof. My best invention yet.
And that is what I'm afraid of.
Good morning, Depot.
All of the blood.
I'm here to conduct a thorough inspection of your current security initiatives. This sector is one of the worst in the Imperial Basin.
You can blame the Kirab for that, Inspector.
I'll decide where the blame goes, Dune Man.
Oh, the storage module was
Very good,
fantastic.
Frank.
Absolutely it was.
Sorry. Automaton awaken! What am I looking at? My new sentry automaton. I named him Gary.
Actually, wait. How much iron do I have currently?
Intruders now. Is he?
I got 297. I'll leave it as ore.
It's all clockwork. No Butlerian proscriptions broken here.
Oop.
Frank, he must think we are the intruders, eh?
Oh, that's not good.
There. There.
Frank.
There.
Maybe it's time to.
Why does that sound like a Dalek?
Uh-oh.
Another inspector.
I got this one in my hair.
Oh, another day, another Solari.
Yeah, that was a damn good haul. Holy shit. So you're thinking for the Mark III stuff, I should be able to put a booster and an inventory on the vehicles simultaneously now? Is that right? I think that's what we were talking about before. I'm already a little over time anyway, but I want to see if I can make at least one more part for the buggy with everything. Actually, wait a minute. I think I gotta go for survival, don't I? Garment, weapon... That's the wrong thing. That's still the wrong thing. Fabricators, what do I need? Survival, complex machinery, which I don't have. And I'm assuming the cut array is made that way. Let me find out. Yeah, it looks... I think that's what it would have to be, right? Yeah, at survival. Damn it. And I need aluminum for it anyway, so I wouldn't be able to make it tonight anyway. But I might be able to make one or two more buggy parts, which would be really nice. So I already did the hull and the chassis. I can do the rear. And then 3 out of 4 treads. Don't I need the Mark III? Do I only have... Oh, I do only have the Mark II. Well, hang on a second. Let me turn this off.
This is Dune Man Keith Villari. All guild brothers know about the danger of entanglement in harvesters. But what about the cost and equipment downtime? Each moving part must be carefully sanitized.
I don't have the thing for the Cutaway Mark III. Did I miss that entirely?
Lost time and efficiency. Be profitable. Be safe.
The Combined Hornet community
Mark 1,
represents
Mark 2,
Playhouse production of
Mark 3.
5 days
I need the
at
survival
Brought to you by the generous patronage
before
of
I
the
can do that.
Emperor and the tireless support of the Spice Miners Fellowship and Leisure Committee. And now, it's time to dim the
That's why I haven't done it yet.
return with us to those fateful days before catastrophe came calling. It's part 1 of
So yeah, I need that first anyway. Fair enough.
The Imperial Scenarist Guild has been provided unfettered access to the sealed records and testimonies of those who survived the Carthag incident. The following dramatization represents the official truth, as judged and signed by the Imperial
Whoa.
Chamber Court and all.
That's right there. That's what I'm worried about.
So let us journey then to the burning sands of Arrakis, a desert planet in a far-flung corner of the known universe. The year is 10-1-94, and the war of assassins between House Atreides and their ancient enemy House Harkonnen is well underway. Our tale unfolds in the teeming industrial sprawl of Carthage, the seat of Harkonnen power on Arrakis. It's early morning in the Peon Quarter, as the workers ready themselves for a long day of toil in their baron's name.
Okay, so I can make the rear. I have the hull and chassis. I can make the rear.
What bread remains I'm keeping for dinner? You've had your fill. I told you before.
And then it's 4, right? For the buggy? It's 4 treads?
We're on double shift until further notice. Oh, don't give me that look. You know I have no say in the matter.
Now an ultimate mentat, nice. 4, yes, okay.
Who gives me the slightest trouble? Ufim's cousin disappeared.
There.
They say he was an agitator, but no one can say what he did.
So then it's the PSU, the engine.
We have the peons compact.
To hell with the compact. Do they expect you to work as a machine? Never resting.
Mother, watch what you say. You know they listen. Please. Let's just say the words and have our tea.
Need utility rear.
Gunt. I'm too angry.
But Mother,
so then I wouldn't be able to use the booster.
the words every morning.
Fine. We live by our Baron's leave. The roof above our heads belongs to him. It permits
You don't get the booster. Okay.
his domain, and in return,
Sophia, have yourself a great night. I'm just waiting for these parts to finish, and then I'm calling it as well.
maximal effort.
But always love and appreciate you being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Have yourself a good one, and we will see you next time.
But if you must blame someone, blame Zantara. His most recent attack destroyed our last phased ion refinery in the northern precinct. Fremen bastard.
Hey, your father had Fremen blood on his mother's side. It's a blessing he didn't live to see what happened to them.
I say good riddance. It said they practiced cannibalism.
Okay, disable.
Don't be a fool, Ivan. Those are all Imperial lies. It's well known that the Ikwan Vedwin remove the blood of their dead to make water.
Oops.
Mother.
Open your eyes, my son!
I wasn't going to tell you, but thanks to your Fremen hero, we're test firing a long-throw Cutaway auger today with an ungraded barrel.
There we go.
Dangerous.
Only if the phase differential is off by more than 0.0003.
Devan, you can't. I forbid
Yeah, that's going to be left on anyway, so who cares? Okay.
Because, Mother, Zantara destroyed the last
Alrighty.
facility that made and tested.
And that is going to be it for me for tonight. But I do want to thank everybody for hanging out. You guys have been awesome. Thank you so much for watching. Really, really appreciate that. We also had Sober coming in for Well, we had Sober coming in yesterday. I don't know why it keeps fucking up like that. It says today, but I know he came in yesterday for 37 months. But thank you anyway, Sober. I really, really appreciate that. And we also had Spoiled coming in with biddies. Thank you so much. We had Alpa, we had Sophia, we had Spectre, we had Rainbow, we had Aylin, we had a bunch of people. We had Myth. Can't forget Myth. We had Fafo as well. So thank you, everybody, for hanging out. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for watching. You guys are fantastic. I will be back later on today. But until I see you all then, have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty. And, of course, the #1 golden rule around here, try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on. Thanks so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. I'm out. Bye, guys.